TMI maybe, I don't know. So it's been a whole week. It's been a long week. But here we are, back on Saturday morning. Maybe you guys are done fighting. I don't know. There was a lot of fighting last week. So we're gonna have a factspiration question, and then we're gonna have the recap. I don't have. Let me check. I don't have any notes here that said that you guys got any fanspiration this week. So
Man, if that's all the Red Hand brought, this campaign's gonna be easy.
Oh yeah, for
What are you
sure.
saying? Quiet.
That was the attack. That's the whole army. That's the whole army.
The hobgoblins,
So,
after they saw the bridge go down, they decided to turn around and say, "Nope, fuck this noise. We're done."
yeah. So it's been fun, I guess. I don't know. Have fun with your Saturday mornings.
These
So we
humans
gotta
are willing to blow up their own shit.
Good thing we don't blow up our own stuff in real life to influence people. That'd be wild. All right. So let's go and look at these semi-difficult questions here. We don't want the hardest questions. Here we go. Medium level questions. Let's see. All right, number 23. Aww. This isn't too hard. I mean, it's definitely a hard question to ask yourself, but maybe not your character. Your character must answer this tough introspective question. Are you too hard on yourself or not hard enough? Why or why not? All right, so we'll have that up there. And while you're ruminating on that question, thinking it out, does anybody want to sum up what happened last week for point of DM inspiration? Go once. Going twice.
I'll do it if no one wants to.
Okay. Take it away. Oh, I gotta host you too. Hold on. But no, just go on. Go off. Do it.
Did I hear another voice or? All right.
Yeah. Go for it.
Last time on Red Hand of Doom, we continued our fight against the Fey Chimera. It was 3 parts, one of a wolf, one of a stag, and another of a dragon. It seemed real fixated on Jerk, but we tried our best to hold the creature off. Well, I would say the rest of the claws were doing their best to hold it off. Every shot I took was just going wide. I couldn't get clawed. He was too exhausted to move in close. It was rough. But after a very grueling fight, and one really heavy shot from Captain Serana, she can wield that blade really well. We were able to fell the beast. But our work was not done because more fires were still going around Drellin's Ferry. We split off from Captain Serana as we took the eastern side of the town while she went to the west. Sorry, flip that. We went to the west, she went to the east. Oh gosh, I must have got hit by debris or something. But when we came to the river and the granary, we saw that it was being assaulted by goblins on wargs. There were yeth hounds. There was even a fiery creature. I think a fire elemental is what it's called. So we had to hold them back. People were still trapped in buildings, but we left that to the guards to deal with. Layla was able to bring out a water elemental from a gem that she had, and that took care of the fire elemental real quickly. And then we were able to mop up the rest of those forces. But again, our work was not done. So we decided to... What was the saying that Thanlin used? Nut up. And go to the east to go after Captain Serana and see if she needed any assistance. Unfortunately, when we got to the area that was hit hard, she was nowhere to be seen. It seemed like it had been under attack by giants. We decided to track them down. They weren't too hard to follow because they're usually pretty big and lumbering. And after about half an hour or so, we were able to catch up with them, and it seems they had taken even some of the townspeople and just threw them in sacks. We were able to deal with them relatively easily because, luckily enough, they weren't throwing rocks at us. And we got the sacks open to reveal that they indeed had some of the townspeople as well as Captain Serrano with them. Unfortunately, a few of them had died as well. We were able to clean them up, get them back to Drellin's Ferry. It seems like most of the assault was done by the time that we had returned. And we're just trying now to survey the damage of what's been done. I think we need to get people out of here. This is only just the beginning. And that's it.
Excellent recap. Go ahead and take your point of DM inspiration.
Gracias.
All right. Does anybody want to answer this tough question? Are you too hard on yourself or not hard enough? Explain.
I think Drellin will take this one. He more or less feels as though he hasn't done enough. That he's too lax, he isn't too hard on himself, and he sees the consequences of that, either in battle or out with the lack of properly trained guardsmen, as well as the defenses of the town, as well as his ability to be useful to his comrades in battle. He has more or less feels guilty that he isn't really doing his best. And he's taking it pretty hard on himself. Especially after seeing the woman he quote-unquote loves almost get kidnapped, potentially killed by giants, as well as his town in flames.
All right. So I noticed there's a quote-unquote there. Is Drellin not sure about his feelings, or is Drellin using Captain Serrano as a beard? Like, what's going on there? Is
No,
is that to be explored in a future Faxpiration? Or?
He is 100%.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Sounds good. I'll activate that on your character, and we will jump back into this in the aftermath of this attack. I believe everybody was doing some stuff. We ended with Jert Bandon carrying the dead body of young Jake through the smoldering streets of Drellin's Ferry. I believe heading back to party. I'm not sure. But that's where we'll pick it up.
Yeah, he's gonna walk to the church and try to find Brother Durney.
Okay. All right. So Brother Durney is at the church. The church is, even though it's like 12 a.m. at this point, or past 12 a.m., it's very late or early. He is. The lights are on, the lanterns are lit, and the injured and displaced people of the northern parts of Drellin Ferry are there. There was no attack on the chapel itself, but the surrounding area was also sort of hit by raiders with their flaming arrows, and a couple of rocks got thrown by eager giants, that sort of thing. So, yeah.
Just because I don't want to do a bunch of time on my own, I would be walking through the city. So if the party is like around, they would easily see him walking that way, carrying the kid.
Fair enough.
I was gonna say,
yeah. So Orion, you catch sight of Jert. He's carrying young Jake.
Okay.
And heading over to the chapel.
Then I think Orion would.
Barnabas, I know that you're attending to some important matters elsewhere. But the rest of you, Guy, you are keeping watch on Neuro, but it's it's not a huge town. So you see, kind of at this intersection, turning and heading towards the church is Jert Bandon. And Layla and Thanlin, if you were there as well, the three of you would see that. And then you would see Orion kind of ride past on Claude, following Jert.
I think Orion would just ride up silently, see the body of Jake, not say anything, just give Jert his time, but just be there if he needs him.
Okay.
I think Layla is just trying to go around and find people that look in rough shape and, make sure that, the bones aren't broken out of place, things like that.
Okay. Sounds good.
Generally tending to the town.
All right.
I would have.
Sorry.
Oh, my apologies.
No, go for it. I want everybody to get their chance before I do stuff.
He would have tried to maybe meet you at the intersection. He kind of would put his hand on his belt towards a satchel of silver, and a frown would creep across his face. He must have been grinning and being a warm smile for people who needed it right now, but seeing that sight would have him pause for a moment. Want to go over and comfort, but would turn and stay with Noro to make sure he does his job.
All right. Layla, there are many people who were kind of injured, perhaps not just in the attack, but in the chaos of, people fleeing from the festival and fleeing through the streets. There are cries in the distance of people looking for people who have gone missing. You still hear the slight crackle and smolder of fires that are being put out. And all along the northern horizon, you see, illuminated by those dying fires and by the torches of the villagers, you can see those pillars of smoke kind of rising from buildings and structures that were set ablaze. Jert, as you arrive, Brother Durney is attending to some of the injured people. He looks up at you, and his face, it just kind of like, you can see that when his eyes see Jake in your arms, there is a tremble like in his jaw, and a hardness in his eyes. And he motions for you to bring the boy over and begins to kind of check him out. But it becomes clear to him right away that he has died. He looks to you and says, where did you find the boy?
Jert takes a minute to speak. The journey standing so close to him can see still the lines of the tears that made clear out of the dirt from his skin from all the fighting. And he speaks a little quieter and says, on the north side of town. Does he have any family?
He pretends to. But his father died a few years back. His mother ran off shortly after he was born. He tells everyone his father went off to be a mercenary, that he had to stay here and take care of the homestead, but no, it's just him. I always give him things to do, run errands for the church, whatnot, make sure he keeps some coin in his pocket. Noro is very forgiving as far as yearly taxes and whatnot. It's forced to grow up too fast, that one. And you see his eyes kind of glisten a bit as he looks at Jake. Well, we need to tend to those who still fight to live. You're welcome to stay here with the boy, and he will be properly buried along with the others. Once the dust settles from this terrible night.
What are this town's thoughts on funeral pyres?
Paylor likes a good pyre. Leads to less undead later on. Though, the old Rastarian custom is, of course, to entomb the dead, lest they ever need to rise again to defend the living. Either could work. I feel that perhaps a mass pyre might be the best way to deal with this. By all accounts, there's at least a dozen dead so far. We haven't even checked through all the wreckage yet. Many more are missing, carried off by giants.
I would like to stay a moment and consider the options. If it is
course.
possible, I would like to also keep this. And he gestures to a short sword that's on his hip.
He smiles sadly at you and says, of course. I heard about your deeds. You rushed off to face every danger. That's appreciated. I fear that this is only the beginning.
Everyone must leave this town, and you must stay here to stay with them to hold them together. They will need you, just as they will need Nora.
And you hear sort of a polite yet insistent call from nearby. What are they called? When they're baby priests.
Acolyte?
Acolytes, thank you, yeah. And so he puts a hand on your shoulder, gives a little shake, and then he turns to go and assist his acolytes with the tending to the flock, as it were. Orion, you watch the scene from the doorway of the church.
It's going to take Jake's body into the church and rest it somewhere for now, while he considers whether or not to have him buried, funeral pyre, or do like an individual. I don't know. He has so many things running through his head, so that's where he is right now.
Fair. Thanlin, what's going through your mind right now? What's the situation?
While Serana and him are walking, observing, he is just slowly taking in all around him. He is seeing people rush past him, those who are unconscious on the floor, others whose bodies are being carried out one by one, and he feels a grip on his heart as he watched the once beloved town he grew up in be reduced to this. And he feels lost. That's where his mind is right now, just lost, empty almost.
Serana walks with you, says nothing, and is quick to run to check on people, check with the guards, give orders, reorganize their efforts, that sort of thing. But every time she does, she eventually kind of catches up with you or comes back to you, and you guys continue walking. Looking around, it is obvious that all of your suspicions are correct. The people of this town, they have no chance of standing against the forces that are coming. If there was ever any doubt at all, it's gone. There's just no way that they're prepared to do this. These people have lived in peace for too long, and their relations with their neighbors are limited strictly to casual trade. They have no one to lean on for support. They have no support structure to call upon, and they themselves are only really equipped to deal with the occasional wandering monster or group of bandits, and even then, they often rely on traveling bands of mercenaries, aka adventurers, to handle the tougher jobs. This is a sad side effect of living so long in an age of peace. They just don't know what to do. All right. The night is just kind of playing out. What is your guys' overall goal here?
If not too much time passes and Noro does do his job, and we can keep a kind of steady stream of grief and acceptance throughout the main area, Guy would also check up on Angerbert's family and Caden and the old bridge, see if it hasn't burned down or anything. And then after that, try to organize something with Barnabas. And if Jert comes back around, Guy would have a question for him. But...
Yeah, I guess he'd leave for now, and then he'd come back when they decide to make either the funeral pyre or the burial decisions, because that's what he wants to be present for. But he realizes there's nothing he can do the longer he sits there. So after he looks over, he sees Orion, and pets Claude, and looks up to Orion on his back and says, we should find the others and figure out what we're doing next.
Yeah.
I imagine Barnabas was honing in on the Wicker Man when he saw Jerk carrying Jake to the church, and it kind of like deflated his sense of purpose. Like all day he was like, I'm just gonna get past this, wasn't letting any of this get him down, and then he saw that, and then he's like, I kind of need to do this in a way that's not gonna bring more trauma to this town. He would probably go find Noro and try to convince him to hold the closing ceremony.
Aww. Okay. Yeah. That actually is very appealing to Noro because it gives the people a bit of ritual and a bit of ceremony and routine, and maybe kind of brings things back into focus. And the finality of that act will kind of show them that it's over. Like, it really is over.
Yeah.
So yeah. No check required. He feels that is a good idea, and he orders some nearby people who look restless, like they want to help, but that they don't really have any skills. You've all been there, There's like an event, and there's people standing by that want to help, but you don't know what to do with them, so you tell them to start unfolding chairs. You know what I'm saying?
I'll direct them. Yep.
Yeah. So they start bringing out the big old wicker man, so that they can kind of burn it. It's going to be burned here in this sort of town square area. All right. Guy, they are, despite being depicted at the inn on the map, I guess at this late hour, yeah, they would have probably gone back to the inn at this point. The inn is lit and full of people coming and going, and you see that both of the families who have kind of bonded over trauma are sharing a large table towards the back. and they are talking in low voices and watching the goings on. When they see you kind of peek in the front door, they smile, not joyfully but politely, and nod at you. I mean, a couple of them nod, not like all of them nod in a creepy pod people kind of way. to clarify.
Oh God.
Yeah. The children look confused and scared, but also a little excited. The adults look very concerned.
If Kellen's there, is Kellen in workplace family recovery mode, or is he in help Drellin's Ferry mode with his own contacts?
Yeah, Kellen is not running the place. All of his peeps are doing stuff. When you ask around about Kellen, he is. They say they haven't seen him. His daughter tells you that the old man put me in charge, and he disappeared to the crowd.
In the crowd? At the festival?
No, people running away from the festival. You haven't seen him, have you? I'm kind of worried about him.
As am I. I'll ask around for you. Though, do keep an eye out, and somehow if you do see him, try to let me know.
Hey, guy, and she blushes, like, her entire face turns like a beet red. She says, it's not stealing or anything, because I was going to make sure that you got it, but you won the Battle of the Bards, so I wanted to make sure you got this. It was the prize that they were going to award.
Oh.
And she reaches into her thief satchel and begins to pull something out.
Looks a little bit impressed.
How
did you get it? Don't worry about it.
Well, and I mean, yeah, don't worry about it. But I was watching real close from the stands. I don't know if you saw me. I'm kind of short, but I was in the crowd, and I wouldn't have missed it. I thought it was pretty neat how you made that guy cry and he ran away. Did you use some kind of psycho magic on him? Like psychotropic psycho magic to mess with his head?
It's less... I don't think so. I think I struck a chord with him. That song, it just came to me, and I don't think he was ready for it.
Oh, that's good, because my dad, he doesn't like psycho magic. When he was younger and he was an adventurer, he and his friends had to go down into the earth in a place called the Underdark, and there were these octopus head guys. They had all kinds of psycho magic. He said that he saw things down there he never wants to talk about again, but he talks about it sometimes when he's been drinking a lot.
I could imagine. No, I do not have any of the sort. Have you seen that bard?
The who?
The bard.
Oh, no. Like, everything started to go crazy, and I knew that people were going to start rioting. My dad's always telling me that the most dangerous thing during an emergency is rioters. So I ran over and I grabbed the ocarina for you. You could play it, right?
I'm sure I could. Just
Okay.
you'd have to. He kind of like reaches down for it.
All right. She hands you the ocarina of animal influence. It's just a ring of animal influence, but it's ocarina. So,
Oh my god.
yeah.
Guy will kind of like look at it, and he would try to quickly just kind of put it away.
Okay.
He doesn't like try to like mess with it too much. He just looks at it, acknowledges it, and then puts it away as though like maybe he doesn't want to like try it in front of her or like these people.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And he'll say, "I'm sure I can work on a beautiful song, and thank you again. Really, you didn't have to do that, and you definitely didn't have to give it to me."
No, I mean you deserve it. You definitely deserve it. And then they blush head to toe and they say, I have to get back to running the place. But if you see my dad, tell him that I'm holding down the fort.
You got it. Thank you. And Guy would take one more look around. He's keeping an eye out for Mina. Wherever she's trying to get on top.
Oh yeah. Mina's here at the
Okay.
at the inn as well. Yeah.
Okay. Just make sure she hadn't run off yet. After they're all checked up on, he would make his way back towards his party or Sir Tyrion if he sees either of them first.
Okay, fair enough. Back over at the church, Orion and Jert. What's the play?
Heading back to the party, I think. Can you unlink Jake and I's token?
Yeah.
Them around?
That would be very awkward. So there you go.
Thank you.
You should really take that boy off of that rope.
No, jeez.
Oh my.
Listen, man, I'm so tired.
I'm sorry, that was a little crass.
Alright, I'm gonna walk back this way.
Okay. All right. Well, it is still beautiful weather tonight, so there is that happening.
Guess that's nice.
Yeah.
I would definitely
Yeah.
take Jocelyn to go check on Moreland, make sure he's okay. Did Moreland make it through the invasion?
He did. He did.
Good, good.
If,
I'm
Alright.
sorry.
No, go ahead, Orion. I apologize.
Just real quick, I think Orion will just kind of check in with the party, see if they're good, if they need any assistance or anything, and then he's gonna tell them that he's gonna go over to where he saw the hounds, and he's gonna pull them somewhere, because he noticed that they don't like radiant damage, and if day comes, that's a lot of sunlight, so he's gonna
Fair.
he's gonna put their bodies somewhere so where we can harvest them later.
All right. With Claude's strength and bulk, you were able to take the creature's bodies, which are quite light. They have almost like an emaciated frame, and you sort of tuck them into like a nearby work shed, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Everyone will say reconvenes near this sort of like town square intersection. You can see the shadows of Jared's Sundry. You can see the lights from Helen's Tavern. You see that people are gathered en masse. There are still people all around town, but messengers are being sent out for everyone to come and gather near the town speaker's house, near the Merchant Square. All right. Noro is overseeing stuff, and his wife and daughter are kind of watching from the doorway of their home. You can see that Barnabas is directing basic bitch villagers to kind of bring out their big old Wicker Man effigy.
If anyone is in the back or like far enough away by like the tree while the Booker Man's out by the place, if they have a high enough perception, you might hear the most brutal recorder-esque playing of an ocarina you've ever heard. Just this absolute nightmare of like an attempt.
Yes.
Just in a distance.
A person with proficiency in Smith's tools can literally build anything out of metal, but God forbid, instruments be grouped by like percussion, wind, string.
Yeah.
God forbid that ever fucking happen.
Hopefully one D&D fixes it.
It did not.
It's
It's had two chances and it hasn't fixed it yet.
That will
so.
be survey feedback.
Yeah, that was survey feedback last time. It'll be survey feedback this time.
It'll be survey feedback every time. This is bullshit.
Yeah. Anyways, okay, yeah, there's a horrible sort of screaming sound from this ocarina. But pay it no mind. There's all sorts of stuff going on. People are gathering. The lovely Wicker Man's out. Oh, so
God.
cute. Look at that guy. And people are gathering around. They're looking from the Wickerman to Noro, and someone bold shouts from the crowd, "Is that it? Is it over? Is that all this threat had for us?" And Noro lets the man speak. There's a murmur in the crowd. And then someone else yells, "What are we gonna do? They took my goats!" And someone else shouts, "Took your goats? They took my wife!" And I'm actually kind of sad about it. And then it kind of like the murmur goes through, people complaining of property damage, people screaming about those who have gone missing, those who have died. There is great discontent. There is a very good chance that this is going to very quickly turn into a riot if things do not go in a calmer direction.
Guy would do bard thing. There'd be the hiccup and high pitch on it as he gets off the ocarina. And he would kind of start yelling out, maybe showing himself to the party again too, just going, "People of Drellin's Ferry, people of Drellin's Ferry, we've all lost much on this day." Now I also say that, and Guy looks pristine. He is not taking a scratch as he walks around, right?
Three badass battles with everybody going in with like exhaustion and everything else. You have taken no damage in this entire evening.
That's the entire evening. No, not even a hit.
Incredible. All right.
Guy Barnabas and Orion have no damage on them.
Yeah.
I'm saying
Wow.
pretty on 60 HP right now.
All right.
We've all lost much, but we've gained solidarity. And we cannot stray apart from each other at this point. Noro needs your attention. And I forewarn you, further violence will not bring back what you've lost. This was nothing but a mere taste of what the Red Hand of Doom had to offer. But your great captain and your Lord Mayor can inform you on that.
As you kind of, they kind of quiet down, and Noro says, "The burning of the Wickermans." And he kind of looks over at it, and you can see that he is fighting hard right now to kind of maintain composure and figure out the best way to sort of address everyone. And he says, "The burning of the Wickermans every year during the Festival of the Greens closes out the festival and beckons in a new season. The festival ends tonight because this is no time for frivolity or for celebration. We are at war. What you saw tonight was not the force amassed against us. It was the undisciplined forward scouts testing our defenses. And you might think that we passed that test, but we didn't. There are too many lost, too many dead, and too much destruction to call this a victory. With the help of the Claws of the Vale and brave Captain Serana, Anita, we were able to survive but do not for a second think that we won this night. I had intended to make this announcement at midday, and I will make this announcement every hour, on the hour, for any who need to hear it. We must leave. I have sent word to Brindle and the towns east, warning of an impending army, of an impending attack, and I have received very little response, save some dismissive commitments to come and investigate. Well, I don't think we have time for that. You may have heard that the bridge north over Skull Gorge has been destroyed. That will slow the advancement of this army, but it will not stop it. There are other ways and other means for them to reach the inner veil. There is a part of me that wishes we could make Drellin's Ferry a bastion of defense. Use the river to slow this army and push it back. But that is the fancy of a brave and stupid mind. We have no army. We have no military. Our town guard, they are earnest, they are fair, they do right by us. But they are not soldiers. There has been no war. Centuries. If we stay here, we die. Or we face a life of slavery under unknown monstrous forces. More than likely a fate worse than death. Look at the people you love, your children. Is that what you want for them? I will not force any to leave. But know this. I will leave. And I will speak for, as I speak for you my whole life, any who travel with me. I will use all of my connections, my wealth, my resources, to make sure that you are taken care of when we reach the city of Brindle, whose tall stone walls may provide some safety against these incoming attacks. Along the way, we will speak with and try to sway the other towns to join us.
And the Claws of the Veil will be leaving as well. We will gather up what forces we can to face this threat. Make a true army out of the Veil.
There's a murmur through the crowd. And then a couple of people, the people that have, beach parties during Hurricane Ian, they shout, I ain't leaving! I ain't leaving it behind! This is my family's land.
Would your family wish for you to die here instead of spreading on their name?
Die? Well, that's a lucky fate to become a corpse to fertilize the soil. The more likely fate is that you'll be bound in chains and whipped and dragged along behind this army till your bones are bleeding and broken. If you wish to be a fool, be one.
The man crosses his arms, and other people nearby cross their arms as well. And then one of them, she shouts, "I plan to die a hero. I'm going to show them that they might take Drellin's Ferry, but they're going to have to earn it. I'm not just going to lay down and let them walk over me." And there's a murmur through the crowd. Now you notice that this is a very vocal minority. Most of the people in town just look scared and sort of like dumbstruck by what's happening. Noro says, I've already spoken with the town council, and the decision has been made. We will be leaving Drellin's Ferry. Those of you who wish to stay, may all the gods of light watch over and protect you. You have the rest of the night to prepare to leave. We will head out Sunday morning. Rest tonight, pack tomorrow, and prepare to leave as Palor's sun rises Sunday morning. I wish there was more time. I wish this didn't have to happen. But your safety, your lives, are more valuable to me than anything else. We will find a way through this. And when this war passes, we will return and we will rebuild. This is not the end of Drellin's Ferry, for Drellin's Ferry is its people. And we will keep those people alive.
As Noro finished his speech, Thalen will turn his gaze to the minority who said they would stay, and he'll speak out. Tell me, do you think you'll be remembered?
Well, first of all, they're excited that a decorated hero is acknowledging them in front of a large crowd, so they're very happy that you've done this. And then they all sort of inflate, with pride, and they say, "Yeah, we will. We'll be remembered as those who refuse to back down. Those who refuse to run away with our tails tucked between our legs. Those who had the true human spirit."
This is the same guy who was shouting out the first time, right?
They're kind of like a big group of dudes and ladies that are just kind of like bolstering each other up, yeah.
That must be nice. Brave, actually. I commend you. But I won't bother remembering you. And Thalen will walk away.
All right. Noro lets the murmuring of the crowd die down, and then he says, he looks to you, Barnabas, and he says, "I declare the festival of the Greens over. We offer up this offering to the spirits of the land, that they might nourish us in the coming season."
And I'll give it a good burning hands to get it going.
Okay. All right. So it lights up. Your ring pulses happily. and everyone kind of somberly watches the fire, not realizing that tomorrow night will be another fire, a sadder fire. And the crowd kind of sticks around. Most of them stick around to watch the whole thing burn down. But many more have started to kind of head back to their homes to figure out what they want to do next.
Is that group of naysayers still standing there, making a bunch of fuss, or did they disperse?
No, they're definitely plotting and planning. Yeah.
Okay. Jared's just gonna casually walk up to the one that spoke out first, saying they wouldn't let him be walked over.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
They all turn to you. They see you. And they say, there's a brave warrior. What do you think of all this talk? I know you're with the Claws of the Vale. They say you can leap like a bullfrog and hit with the strength of a giant. Surely you don't think it's best to run and flee?
Let me ask you a couple of questions, and then I'll give you my answer. Does that sound fair?
They kind of bristle, and the crowd kind of murmurs their assent.
He steps in really close all of a sudden to the person and pulls the short sword that belonged to Jake out. Now if I were to cut you, end you bloody, and lay you leaving on the ground here, and then walk all over you, would that not be the very thing you did not want? But if you had chosen to walk away when I walked up, you wouldn't have been here for this to happen. Is that not correct?
The guy kind of stammers a bit. Go ahead and give me an intimidation.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Bolstered by his allies, the guy kind of is pushed / leads against the blade and says, some hero pushing around the small folk, huh? Well,
Answer the question.
if it means dying for what I believe in, if it means standing up for those who are trying to take from us, if it means slowing them down so that the others can escape, then yeah, I'll be happy to lay down in their way.
See, now that's a better motivation than simply wanting to be remembered. Do you know who owned this sword?
He kind of shakes his head. There's like a murmur in the crowd. It's a sword.
Child far more glorious than you that charged into the combat and has already fallen in your stead. I will remember him, for he made the decision of his own. But that does not make him any less a fool for having done it. And Jerry clenches his teeth and puts the sword away.
This kid must have been close to you. So I'm sorry for your loss. Well, that's a really good reason about why we need to stay.
That is how you see it. Good luck, then.
You're just gonna walk away? You're just gonna leave this town undefended? Just give up?
There is no beating the force that is headed your way. If you choose to stay and slow them, then that is commendable. What I choose to do is to leave so that I may take them down in the future, so that no other town must face the fate that Drellin's Ferry has. You think it'll stop here? You think they will just keep going and going until they hit the coast, and then beyond? Please, use a little bit more of your brain.
They kind of murmur amongst themselves, and then they just go, fine. We'll just Do it ourselves. All right, gather around, everyone. Let's start making plans for defense.
And then he'll turn and say under his breath, Dunlan's right. No more dead fools. And he'll just go join the party again, realizing he can't convince those people.
Okay.
Barnabas is just standing in front of the idol, smoking a cigarette and enjoying the magical high his patron's giving him.
Yep. Just dopamine. Just pumping out of the ring.
Ah, nice.
Good way to end the day.
Oh, Jert.
Hmm.
Are you done talking to the heroes?
Don't call them that, guy. You'll encourage them.
Oh no. They're far too, caught up in their own self-worth.
The only thing they're going to get caught up in is the wave of blood and fire that washes across this vale.
It is a special kind of ego and pride to run headfirst into a tornado and call it hope. But I digress. Jert, were you able to speak to Brother Durney?
Yes.
And?
There's going to potentially be a burial. That's what they do here. I was considering funeral pyre for Jake, but that's only because that's what I learned.
Do you want something more private?
I don't know. No one really knows him. And I only just met him yesterday.
Well, I saw him. I see him through you. He was a hero, in his own way. He made you more than you are. I can give you what you want. A ceremony, perhaps? Something private where you can speak to him? A final send-off?
He squints his eyes. Speak plainly.
I still have Brother Durney's authority. And the silver. If you need a funeral, in Paelo's light, I can give you one. A real one. If you wish for it.
His look softens and he nods. I would like that.
Just tell me a time and place and where, and I'll be there.
Sometime this evening, I think.
Very well. You'll need to collect some wood.
He grabs his axe. Good. I was looking for a reason to go do something. I will see you this evening. And he looks down, trying to cast his eyes away, and walks out towards the tree line.
I would look over towards Layla. Layla, are you looking at that group of would-be heroes?
She did for a moment or two, until, she had thought about actually approaching them until Jert did so, and she let him handle it. Seeing how it went, she just kind of shakes her head, and she actually kind of turns to head over towards, some of the B team. Check in on them. Also, is my volume better?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Did those fireworks stalls survive the attack?
Yeah, I mean there were no fires in the Festival of the Green. Like again, the majority of the attacks happened along this north side of town. Yeah.
Very good.
Oh, which I actually have. I had them last week, but I have the items that you purchased. I can add them to your sheet.
Oh, cool.
Do you recall which items they were?
They were dust bombs,
Okay.
blade fire, flash bombs, pepper bombs.
Okay. Hold on.
And I think that was it.
All right. Pepper grenade,
Oh,
dust
and
bomb. All right. What else?
grenade, dust grenade, flash grenade, blade fire, and fireworks. Those were the things. Oh, and incendiary ammo, which not important right now.
And fireworks. Okay. Cool. All right. Then I guess just set the amount. Okay. So, the night marches on. Layla, when you check in on them, Minette and Gerard are over at the inn, helping feed everyone. Good food is a comfort in hard times, et cetera, et cetera. Let's see. I would say that Rafina would have left probably to check in with her people, seeing that you guys sort of had everything under control here.
Could I ask her one quick question before she left?
Maybe. I think she.
All right.
I
If
mean,
she's gone, she's
it could be you could say that you asked her on the way back to town, but yeah.
More curious to know if the Furbolgs have been. She talked to her tribe already. We didn't get the whole translation because they were speaking in Giant.
Right.
I was wondering if in their scouting they noticed what was going on at Wrathkeep.
Oh. She will ask if they when she goes in person. But yeah, she wouldn't have at any point I think thought to ask that. So.
Fair.
Okay. All right, and then Jocelyn is assisting Moreland. So yeah, I think that's pretty much where everybody's at right now.
What about this sexy man right here? It's not a
This sexy. He has to follow Thanlin everywhere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he's just there on Thanlin's date, like trailing, like
He's your chaperone.
just smoking a pipe, just following Thanlin around.
I would have told him to fuck off, honestly.
What? I mean, he tells you, he's like, ooh, I can't do that. I mean, you're a supervisor. I have to keep a close eye out for you, make sure no one hurts you. Throw myself in front of the blade when it comes to claim you.
Oh my.
Don't worry. Nothing you're getting up to is something I haven't seen.
Sorry. I just went to, like, it goes really well. You're, like, taking back. He's like, don't forget me for protection.
He's not even with Serana at this point. He's just gone off the... Oh my god.
Oh,
But
too good. Too good.
canonically, he's been 20 feet away from you this entire time. So we just didn't talk about it because it's really awkward.
Just cheering from a distance.
Yeah, and
If
Sasha's been 20 feet away from Layla this whole time. So there you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
If Rafina would have Layla, she would love to just get out of the town for a little bit and distract herself.
Same with Orion.
Okay. Yeah.
Depending on what the timing of like when she left was.
Yeah, so I would say that she probably left when you guys kind of split up and started going places in town. So, but you could probably meet up with Avarthel, the town's druid, and kind of assist them with putting out any lingering fires, making sure that no errant sparks are going to get carried by the wind and whatnot.
That works.
Yeah.
Or at least Orion. I'm not sure about Layla, but yeah, Orion would help Avarthel.
All right, because it's going to be very hot, and strangely enough, it hasn't rained in a few days, which is unusual. So they just want to make sure that nothing, there's no additional fires. All right, I will say, unless you guys say otherwise, that the hours pass into morning.
Yeah, the only other thing is Barnes would have gone to the fireworks stall and maybe bought some more stuff.
Oh yeah, sure.
But I'll just do that out of session.
Okay.
Do we get a long rest out of this, or no?
I mean, that's up to you. Yeah.
Unless goth girlfriend Gnome is interested in traveling with us now that the roads aren't safe.
So silent. Wow. Silent N, Gothic, Gnome, Silent G. What is your pitch to try to recruit them? Just the roads aren't safe?
Roads aren't safe. We could use a demolitions expert. I don't know. She specializes in. She's a gnome. I imagine she makes her wares.
Okay. She kind of is staring at you as if to say, "Go on."
Okay. We make a lot of money through treasure, and you would get a first-hand seat to the most exciting thing that's happening in the Vale right now. And also, our B team contract is very safe and exclusive.
Okay. All right. She motions for you to go on.
If you journeyed with us, you could continue to sell us your wares throughout the journey. We are high-consuming customers, and might even help you develop some things.
Okay. She says, so do you think there's like war? Is war coming? Is that what you're saying?
War is here, and inventors and people who know ballistics are going to become more valuable.
Oh, she was actually labeled Goth GF. No, I
Yes.
thought that was just.
That's how she was described to me.
So, like, I can arrange trade agreements for firearms?
Absolutely, anywhere you want, even outside the illegal areas, or the legal areas. I'll be one of your best customers. And
All right,
when it's
but
all over, I'll help you set up trade deals.
All right, well, I'll need all this in writing, and you don't get any freebies.
Deal. I snap my fingers and a contract appears in a plume of smoke, and I offer it to her for consideration.
Okay.
Is Barnabas a devil? Just making contracts out of nowhere.
She will look it over and get back to you later in the day. But it seems like this is possibly a good situation for her and her guild. So
Yeah,
maybe.
definitely. One last question. As I approach her, is there any feeling from the ring of this woman who propositioned him earlier?
I mean, your patron, doesn't feel threatened by goth girlfriend. No.
Okay. I'm more concerned about her safety.
Okay.
All right, fantastic. Thank you for that business.
And then in the middle of the night, Chert will eventually return to Guy with a cart behind him, just full of logs that he chopped up. He's got a little bit of sweat still damp, and he has the axe, which looks beat to shit, just tossed in the cart behind him too.
Yeah, Guy would be ready for him and would have invited anyone in the party that wanted to come with. Letting everyone know that there's going to be a private funeral for Jake. So whoever wants to come can come. But, nonetheless, he would work with you, Jert, to set it all up. And by the end of it, he would sprinkle silver that glistens under the stars like bits of morning sun, and would, over the time of about 10 minutes or so, continue a prayer along the merciful and the sun of mercy that shines on them, that he is spared in some form or another, and would let you have a moment while the magic takes hold as he casts ceremony.
Yeah, Jert watches it, and throughout the proceedings, he since the talk really has been a little bit subdued in his anger, but it's more visible And when he finally gets a moment, he steps up and seems unsure what to say. I wish I had been there. I wish I could have helped you. Not just yesterday. But we are not so lucky. Bye, Jake, and I hope that where you go is a much more peaceful place than the turmoil that comes to this one. I will carry your blade, and using it, bring an end to the Red Hand. And then he steps back to let the ceremony finish and the fire burn out.
He would finish it off with the classic, I apologize, prayer of, Thy light to every sense impart, and shed thy love in every heart. Thine own unfailing might supply to strengthen our infirmity. And would light the fire, or let Jert do it if he wanted to.
He can't. He reaches his hand up but decides not to and let you proceed.
Mm-hmm. Guy would put a hand on the corpse, placed under a funeral rite, and light the fire.
All right. So here in the earliest hours of morning, you watch the small pyre catch light and slowly burn.
Can I request to see?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, probably at a distance, I just put myself on Jarrett Sentry's roof. I just imagine Layla just kind of sitting and watching the sunrise. I assume, because you said staying 20 feet away, Sasha has joined me.
Yeah, right.
Alright, so she will turn towards her. She'll just say, Why are you following me around?
Sasha turns to look at you and says, if I'm being honest, it's because I've always followed someone, and you seem like a better person than most to follow.
I'm
The
in
wor-
it.
The world's been cruel to you, but you still care for it. And I want to understand why.
I'm inattentive, and I don't talk to you nearly as much as you probably expect me to. You know, you don't have to stay with us, right?
Yeah, I've had plenty of opportunities I could have left.
And
I
I
just-
wouldn't blame you if you want to cut run. And it seems we're only going to get more and more in over our head, you know.
I mean, my whole life has just been following people around and doing what they say. And looking back, often what they said was wrong. Was I don't know. I always absolved, I think is the word, myself of any guilt because I was just doing what I was told and I didn't know any better, but I did. And now's this opportunity to follow someone that's doing the right thing.
I haven't even asked you, what brought you to Drellin's Ferry of all places in the first place? It's
Oh,
an odd place to come from Brindle.
our
We
gang
both
got
know that.
ran out of the city by the local guild. Kind of got big and organized, and my gang didn't want to join up. We were convinced that we could do things our own way, and yeah, eventually it just wasn't safe anymore. So just kind of headed west, and we're just looking for action, essentially.
We're looking for action. I'm sorry.
Hmm?
I thought you just came here alone. I haven't even considered
Alo-
the others were here.
Alone? No, you don't remember the night we met? Everybody was kind of crazy from magic beer or whatever, and
Yes, I guess I didn't realize they were all your associates.
yeah, we had heard a rumor that there was a guild operating out of Drellin's Ferry, and we figured that maybe safety of numbers.
Huh. I don't know how that slipped past me, but
As a druid, you couldn't possibly understand what I'm about to tell you, but among thieves and rogues, we have a secret language that only we know, and that allows us to communicate with each other. And the cant led us here. A certain individual runs a thieves guild out of the city or village, whatever, and we figured, well,
I'm aware.
we missed our chance to join the big one in Brindle, and it backfired on us. So we're not going to make that mistake again.
What were you? Ruffians, pickpockets,
Uh,
bandits?
I believe the term we would go by is expert. We were experts at whatever it is we were setting out to do.
Remember Brindle's Beggar Kings?
I mean, Brindle's there's a lot of prosperity in Brindle, and the people at the top have more than enough to share, even if they don't want to.
I understand more than you think, Sasha. I didn't stick around enough to learn Cant, but I mean, I can open houses just as well as you for a reason. Brindle doesn't really treat most of its children very kindly, does it?
Only the rich.
Well, thanks for the company.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Kind
thanks
of.
for the opportunity.
I know this is going to sound really bad, but weirdly soothing just to watch the city just cinder around us.
Hmm.
There is this problem, isn't it? These people thinking they're safe and clinging to these walls and settlements. They don't know what it's like to move from place to place.
Well, they're about to learn.
Yeah.
And I wonder, those that stay behind, will they put the town to the flame, so that the Red Hand has nothing to conquer? Or I don't know. I know that it's probably a dumb way to think, but I kind of admire the people that are staying.
Town's a town. They can always rebuild it. These useless fortifications, even cities like Brindle, will fall.
I hope not.
Inevitability I've been taught these last few years from the druids. All of these things are just
I mean,
temporary structures.
Sure. In the long scheme of things, but I mean, I really hope that the walls of Brindle don't fall to the oncoming army, because they're kind of our best bet. They have those huge stone walls. It'd be real bad if we can't defend that. I mean, that's where all these people are heading, right?
Well, what's that city that Barnabas is from? It's big too, right?
Well, yeah, but it's not very well defended. It's a open port city.
I've never been.
They
I've been
they
to the
don't.
mountains to the north, but I've not been there.
Brindle was
Yes.
built in the ruins of one of the great Restarian cities. And that's part of why the walls still stand, is because they were already there. Like,
I know. I just putting all the eggs in a basket like that, it seems kind of hopeless, especially given the leadership of the town. I mean, they've barely held the city together on their own. I don't exactly trust them to take in all these refugees and treat them well, much less actually prepare for something. They're so gloated on their own esteem and gold, stuck with their fingers up their ass, I can't imagine them actually doing the right thing without a threat or being forced to.
she looks discouraged.
And this is why I try not to talk. I am too blunt. I'm sorry.
He says, it's not your bluntness that's the problem. I admire that. I just worry that you carry all this gloom inside of you. If you and your allies, if all of us, if we're going to travel around and we're going to convince others to fight, you need to be able to convince them that there's a chance of success. Even if you don't believe it, you have to seem like you do. Why else would you bother?
Well, I mean, so far I've done a pretty good job convincing them that they're dumb if they stay and die. Or saying the bitter words they really need to hear. Someone's got to do that part too, it seems. But thank you for your
She
worry.
looks thoughtful, and she nods.
I'll be alright, I promise. Promise. I get by just fine, and it's nice to have all this company, and it does make things easier to swallow. So, just take it one day at a time. We'll figure it out. Oh, come on. We should probably get off this roof and actually help. Otherwise, people are going to say that we've done nothing.
All right.
You wouldn't want to be labeled as lazy, would you?
She frowns and says, "I've been labeled worse," and kind of follows you off the roof. All right. So, when do you guys plan to leave for the elves? It's about 3:30 in the morning right now. As dawn continues to approach. If you want to get in the 6 hours of sleep for a long rest, best case, you're going to be heading out of town at 10 a.m. Does that still fit your schedule?
It
Think
should,
so.
right?
It should. It shouldn't put it too much of a damper. If we need to force march a little bit more, if we need to force march a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get a long rest in before though?
That's what I'm saying. You can, but you need to get some sleep right away, because everybody
What's the
needs
travel time to the location?
Let's go over to the map. All right. So from Drellin's Ferry, you're looking at about 17-ish miles through Fey wilderness.
Okay, so that's less than a full day's travel, I think, because we can go to like 20, 24, something like that.
Mm.
Yeah, we have time for a rest. We'll get there before the end of the day.
No, thank
Okay.
God. Full 8 hours?
Yeah, go for it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'd like to do the thing.
Okay, do the thing, I guess.
I'm gonna do something personal. We don't even need to spend time on it.
Oh, okay.
But I would like to actually, given the opportunity, I can go into my ring, and I would go up to my furnace where my patron lives and present her the Morgau dress.
Oh. All right. She looks at it and because she is a elemental being, adjusts her size so that it is the perfect fit. And yeah, she takes the dress from you and proceeds to burn away the clothes that she is wearing and put on the dress. And she does the classic like turns so you could like fasten the clasps in the back of the dress and all that. Tosses out her hair, turns to face you, and says, "You continue to impress me, champion. I am most pleased. Perhaps before you leave, you could convince those that stay behind that it's much better to burn what's theirs than let the enemy have it."
I will certainly try, but there seems to be no reasoning with them.
It is
But
the same everywhere, even amongst my people. There are those that can never be convinced. They will always go their own way, do their own.
And so shall we.
Excellent.
Thank you for everything that you've done for us, for all the help you've. I do not believe Drellin's Ferry would still be standing if it were not for your intervention.
I do what I can, and together we grow strong.
Yes. And someday we will achieve your full plan.
Of course.
Now that I have the resources to accomplish anything, is there anything that you desire? What is your will?
We must grow strong, and stronger still. There are amongst our enemies those that would do us great, terrible harm. And I have a feeling that what I need, the purpose that you will serve, and this looming threat are all mixed together.
Very good, then you'll see where these journeys take us.
Oh, and one last thing. Keep an eye on the one who calls himself Guy.
Really? Thought I could trust Guy.
Let's just say that you're not the only champion in this particular band.
He always does do that mirror singing thing. I've always wondered what that was about. Kinda like how I smoke cigarettes for you. Anyway, guys, thank you for the warning.
People in my line of work, we like to poach power. I wouldn't want something to happen to you.
My power is yours and yours alone.
She seems pretty satisfied with that. But you do get images of you covering a sleeping guy in a sleeping bag with alchemist fire and lighting him on fire. But it's just a suggestion. It's not a if you were awake, if you were on watch, for example. I mean, if you had oil in your hand and
I
guy
often
was
do.
there, asleep,
I have all these things.
yeah, and you had maybe
Just accidentally spilled.
poisoned him so that he was sleeping super soundly, because you helped with dinner. Just, these are just random thoughts and ideas that just flash through your mind as your patron just sort of dances about, humming to herself in her fancy new dress. All right.
Very, very shocked, but tries to keep his composure. Thank you.
All right. So you guys find places to sleep, and we'll go all the way. Said you want to get the full 8 hours, so we'll put you like right before noon. What now?
Guy would wake up and stretch, and when Spartan like kind of come down, he's like, "Could you light a cigarette? I was really cold last night. I could have used some I don't know, some of your magic, but I digress. Yeah, so many fires last night. It was strange. Anyways, all of you need to wash up. We need to get going. I'm just going to speak to Sartiran really quick. I just want to check up on him, make sure he's not dead, and then we'll be off on our way, huh? We have an entire queen and kingdom to convince to fight with us.
All right.
Orion
So go for it. All right.
No, Orion would go look for Layla and ask if she would be willing to help harvest these hounds and the chimera.
Oh, okay. These are definitely things that we should get knocked out beforehand. All right.
Sure. Love to.
Think those giants are still around?
Those giants are like half an hour outside of town.
In the same direction?
No, opposite direction.
Bummer. Okay.
Although this big one will take some time. You think we have that to spare?
I'm interested.
Yeah, it is a gargantuan creature, so it is going to be probably about an hour, I'd say, to kind of go and get all the stuff you need out of it.
Yeah. But Orion's very, as you know, beast tamer, beast hunter, he's fascinated by the creatures that the Red Hand keep throwing at us. So he's trying to understand like the physiology of this thing and what we can possibly do to counter such creatures in the future.
Okay.
Candace question: doesn't Lucky go away on a long rest?
Yes.
So, yeah.
All of your luck and all your fortune and misfortune tokens zero out on a long rest. All right. So let's do the Yeth Hounds first.
Okay.
All right.
So where do you want me to start?
Let's see.
Yeah, Orion will bring you to the shed that they were put into, hoping that they're still there.
Oh, I mean, Layla admittedly has a bit of a morbid fascination with the curiosity of these things too, because they're not creatures she knows about. So
Yeah, same here. But yeah, you and Guy were pelting them with those blasts of light. They didn't seem to like it at all, so I figured if we didn't get to these things in the morning, they probably would be, maybe incinerated by the sunlight?
Okay, so you guys would kind of, when Layla rejoins the party with Sasha, everyone's looking like they're going to finally go get some sleep, but you're like, wait! And then you guys head over to the Yeth Hounds. Is that correct?
Well, I had put them in the shed. Hopefully that would keep out, sunlight in the morning, but
Shit. All right, yeah, so if you wait until morning, I'm going to be honest with you, and you tell me what would have actually happened. When you go in the morning, the bodies would be gone.
Let's flip a coin.
Okay.
D2. Let's say odds, this would have been in the evening. Evens,
Okay.
this would have been in the morning. All right, would have been in the evening.
Okay. All right, so these Yeth Hounds, I would accept a knowledge nature, so a nature int check, or I would allow an arcana int check to see if you can figure them out.
So since this would have been the day before rest, I'd have exhaustion, but I have advantage on nature, so it's just going to be a
Okay.
straight roll.
Oh, very nice. Okay. So the Yeth Hound is a type of fey creature, and as such, it has a lot of magic inside of it. Your understanding is that it simply cannot exist during the day. In fact, when the sun rises, it is banished to the ethereal plane.
Do
Yeah.
I know enough to know if parts we would harvest would stay or not?
So there will be very few pieces and parts of it that would be sustainable, but they would essentially represent the most concentrated parts of the creature. You could probably grab its teeth with relative ease. Its dander, you could collect some fey dust from the dander. And if you're very lucky, you might be able to extract the vocal cords, which have fear properties related to them.
Okay.
All right. So whoever's doing the harvesting, you could either do harvesting tools, or we'll just allow a survival for simplicity's sake.
Well, I have a set of harvesting tools, so I guess you want me to roll it? Or...
Yeah, it is dexterity based to get in there and make sure that you're not chopping the wrong stuff.
I guess, are you assisting Orion for this?
I am still in training of harvesting, so if there's any assist I'm able to provide, I will, but I am proficient in leather working tools, which I think can do general beast.
Yeah, that would none of the stuff that you're getting is going to be like hide. So,
Yeah.
all right, just give me a check then, Layla.
Okay. All right. So be Dex plus another 3.
But I'm guessing would
And
this
I'll-
observant help with my...
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you can go ahead and make a check to see if you learn anything from all this.
These creatures are tricksy.
All right, Layla, you do not know a good way to extract these vocal cords without damaging them, or in such a manner that they would be preserved against sunlight. However, you were able to extract from them 4 of their teeth that seem to have quite a bit of psychic energy in them. Essentially, these Yethhound teeth can be fashioned into arrows or crossbow bolts. I would even allow an enterprising young halfling with his harem of assistants to maybe even make bullet casings out of them. They deal an extra 2d6 psychic damage, but only against frightened targets.
Interesting.
Yeah. And then you were able from each of them to gather up not much. You were able to get from the 2 Yethhound corpses 2 ounces of concentrated fey dust. As an action, you can blow this dust into the face of a creature standing within 5 feet of you. They must make a very low DC 10 Wisdom saving throw, or become confused as if by the confusion spell until the end of their next turn. More likely, you'd probably want to hold on to this, and maybe somebody could come up with a recipe to make like a confusion bomb or something using this powder. So I will post both of those into the treasure channel for you.
That would be interesting. Weren't there firework vendors at the festival last night?
Yes, we now have one on our B team.
Yes, but this would have been Ryan talking to Layla. I was like, I remember some fireworks people. Maybe we should talk to Barnabas, because he seems pretty interested in them. Not knowing that you had already talked to them.
Do what you want with them. I I don't really have a use for either of these things. With how messy I splayed this thing open, I'm surprised I managed to even get this.
You still tired from last
And-
night?
Oh, Orion, it's the same night.
Oh,
Please.
right. It's a long day.
It has been a very long day. This is the same day, remind you, we have walked through the forest for 17 hours.
Oh, shit, that's true. Good lord, we need to sleep. Alright, then he'll
We
take...
do the Chimera tomorrow, please.
All right,
Yes,
so you
let's
guys
do
are going
the
to tackle the
Chimera
Chimera tomorrow. Now, keep in mind, on a long rest, you recover from 1 point of exhaustion. You get back half of your total hit dice rounded down. And it is rounded down on hit dice too, right? It's rounded down on everything in
Yeah.
5e.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then, let's see. Yeah, and then since you did rest in a town, you would get to apply the well-rested buff. All right. So then the next day, you go to check out this Chimera. All right. Same deal. I would accept on this Chimera a nature check. Because of the animal-like nature of it, I'd also accept an intelligence animal handling. And because of just the weirdness of it, I would accept a intelligence arcana check to see if you can recognize some cool things that you could get from this creature, maybe learn a little bit more about its physiology.
Do you want advantage on that nature, or... Sorry, I'm talking
Sure.
to Layla, or I can
Oh,
do
yeah.
a separate animal handling check.
Well, I already have native advantage on nature, so...
Okay, then I'll
Alright.
do a separate
Yeah.
animal handling
Okay.
with intelligence.
Oh, wow. Okay. So this creature, being a fey creature, you could collect some of its dander to get more fey dust. And you think that its claws can't really be used for anything too useful per se, but would certainly be valuable because they're very cool looking. Maybe they could be fashioned into daggers. The fire gland from inside the dragon head would be easy to turn into a potion of fire breathing. Its little hoofs could be quite valuable. The wings are going to be very difficult to harvest, but let's see. They could be used to make Cloak of Protection, which would actually be pretty dope looking Cloak of Protection because, you know, this thing had butterfly wings, so that's kind of cool. And you can, of course, grab rations off of the creature as well because it is edible. And you rolled really well,
Part of it is
so
stag.
yeah. So let me see what else we got going on here.
Also, it would be easier to get the glands because the dragon's head has completely been sheared off. Thanks to Serana, so...
All right. What else could you get off of this creature? All right. The antlers would sell for quite a bit of money because they're massive and would just be super cool. You might be able to make some kind of spear out of the antlers. Could be definitely used to fashion some kind of magical spear. And let's see. And then the wolf's head, just in general, is really cool looking. Would make a fantastic trophy. Could probably fetch quite a bit of money for that. Same, all 3 heads honestly could be sold as incredible trophies if you were interested. So yeah, that's kind of your takeaway from these things. So we'll take 1 check, and based on how well the check does, that will determine how many drops you get. We're not going to, do a bunch of different rolls for the different parts of the creature. So
Since this is no longer in downtime, can I be there to help offer guidance?
if you would like, definitely enjoy guidance while you can, because I am more than likely going to adopt the real shitty reaction-based guidance that they put forward in the latest playtest, because I think that is a fantastic way to to set up guidance.
It wouldn't be
Okay.
bad if it was probably on a short rest that person could get it back, or based off
Yeah.
like proficiency bonus. But like long rest is a bit too punishing. But yeah, here nor there.
Yeah.
Also, Orion will just kind of mutter, "I kind of wish Jarrett was still around. I think she would be elated for this thing's parts."
Okay, so let's see that harvesting tools.
Okay, so with another +3.
I guess you would have advantage on this one if Barnabas is with us.
Oh, well, good. So 13 plus a
And a
D4.
Okay.
14.
14. Okay. You're definitely going to be able to get the meat, the hide, and basically all of the non-magical things. You're going to be able to harvest them, no problem. But 14, not gonna get those butterfly wings intact with a 14. What's this other check for?
Oh,
What's
that's
that?
just for learning while they're doing.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. So I will go ahead and start posting your drops off of that onto the treasure channel while you guys figure out what to do.
Something tells me we've seen multiple death hounds already, so we're gonna see more of those. Something tells me we're probably gonna see more chimera in the future. They seem to have a lot of interesting creatures on their side.
Well, what strikes me is that every time they throw one of these things at us, they provide us with the tools of their own destruction. So let's keep harvesting when we can.
That is true. What's the saying that humans have? Fight fire with fire?
Arbus smirks and produces some fire. It's like, halflings say that too.
Oh, They never really said it much in Hillwatch.
Are you sure it isn't a known thing?
Sometimes tough to tell with me.
Well, at least I got some meat out. Sorry again, Orion.
No, it's
These
alright.
just don't seem to be my best days.
It's totally fine. I mean, just being able to see this creature, it was quite fearsome, so at least we have a better idea of what we're going to be up against.
It's beautiful in a savage way.
That it is.
We will eat of its meat and gain its power.
Maybe it'll give us fey power.
Is that how this works? I think if that's how this works, by the end of our adventure, Claude will be the most powerful creature in the land.
You already see Claude just like nibbling into this thing's hindquarters, and he just looks
Oh my
up
God.
and just looks at you. And then continues eating.
Perhaps we'll find more such creatures to eat in the Witchwood.
Let's go. Let's go
Guy.
steak.
There you are.
I was just saying how we should get our things and get going, and then you started. We have the meat here, and it's impressive. You accounted. That's a horrible situation that you couldn't get more, but I'm very happy you preserved the antlers. It'll make a good mantle.
I was saying earlier, I kind of wish Jarrett was here. She would be really happy about this thing.
Well, I don't know that your head's quite big enough yet, Guy, to fit those antlers on it. You might have to stroke your own ego a little more. And she gives you a wink.
Oh, please, I'm sure if we really try. I think they make a good crown.
But you are right. We have dallied quite enough.
We have an appointment with the queen.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe I should wear a crown. I don't know.
I
might
don't
be
know that
threatened
pretending
by
to be
your-
a foreign dignitary would go over very well.
I have enough dignity, thank you.
I still think my suggestion prior to all of this still holds. Swallowing our pride might be our best bet here.
All praise Guy, Lord of Drellin's Ferry, and Ryan will give you
Oh.
a bow.
Thank you.
As he imagines you with the antlers on your head.
Guy will pull out the ocarina and then do the most terrible set of notes, as if it's a trumpet for us to march on.
From behind, Claude is giving you daggers as he sees you playing this thing.
The implement of enslavement of your people, Claude. All right.
The squinted blue eyes just staring at you.
So as you're heading out of town, before you kind of start marching off into the Witchwood, is a good place for us to take our break. So
Correct.
we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Let's go, Witchwood.
So, see you guys in a few.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Fanlin.
Yeah.
Really decided between going with love or going with cold soldier eye, and you made your choice, huh?
Yep.
I'm proud of you.
Might have to change my alignment real soon.
Nah.
All around me are familiar faces.
What's an alignment?
Oh
That's something that was in a
God.
previous edition, right? They're not bringing that back in 1D&D, are they? Oh my god. It's like a relic. Man, this ocarina does not specify I have to be proficient with it. But it'd be really funny if it did. All that effort for nothing. But don't worry. I can now speak to animals.
Oh God.
The ocarina truly is just a weird shaped recorder.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, this would be like your most like second grader like.
There's no
Oh, okay.
distinction between like the timbre of the notes. It is just a
Yeah.
hollow, horrible instrument.
Yeah.
I love the idea that like maybe while you're like learning it, like you're playing it like Link does, where you play it in a series of like 6 notes, and then you kind of just like fill in the rest with your head. Like, yeah, that's a song.
Yeah, sure. Man. Guy's expecting after you do 6 notes that it will like become like the rest of it will just flow out of him like it does
Yeah.
in the games, but it just doesn't. It just starts making a whistling sound through it.
Yeah, nervously hums to himself to fill
Yeah.
in the noise. If you need some backup sounds, I can make magical tinkering happen.
I appreciate a backup singer, though. I do have to say, you gonna kill me?
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah,
Don't.
yeah, yeah.
Barnabas loves Guy. He's definitely conflicted about it, but there's definitely gonna be a couple nights where he stands over you with a bottle of alchemist fire and just thinks about it.
He'd wake up and go, "Oh, hey Barnabas, please tuck me in."
Oh. We're gonna figure this out. I'm gonna be watching you. I'm gonna be watching you. It's too bad I have shit perception and shit insight, but I'm gonna be watching.
I'll watch, no talk. Don't ask me anything, man. Just let things go. It's the guy.
A line of questioning is coming.
Nah.
We've got more pressing issues on the horizon. If we make it out of the Feywoods without falling through time, then we'll cross that bridge. But until then,
Nah.
although yeah, I'm excited for what we're about to embark upon. I expect we're going to get a lot of background for Jurt and Guy.
Why would I have any background from me?
Shut up. We all know that you have some kind of weird fake connection. I don't know what it is yet, but I'm gonna find out.
Do I? I don't know. Does Jurt I mean,
You're too pretty not to be associated with Fae.
no, the Jerts, the Abandons are in the Golden Plains, right? That's what that one person said. Jert's got nothing.
There's a fun duality between Barnabas and Jert, where like Barnabas is actually from the Golden Plains originally, and like they just kind of had this weird divergence of like they started in the same place and wound up completely different.
That's funny. I feel like the elves will welcome us with open arms. We'll agree to all of our terms.
Oh, we're gonna get taken prisoner before
Fight
we any.
alongside us.
I don't have strong hopes for convincing them. I don't know what we have that they want.
You know what? You should make a pair of clawed gloves.
Worked so
Yeah.
well before.
And we're gonna hand it to her and hope it's a Hail Mary.
Honestly,
My God, if it works.
honestly, it'd be so fucking funny. That'd be like so within Barnabas, like, oh, this is how you do it. This is how you make peace. Just hands it to her, looks at her expectantly, like I did it.
We win now, right? We
Not
did
wise enough to recognize that that is a Warkle thing.
it. Wonder how he's doing. I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure I was expecting to see him in Soterian like Avengers style, back to back, Captain America Winter Soldier.
Oh, that would have been dope, yeah.
Fighting on like in Drellin's Ferry, like defending on the front line from some. But I imagine they were, and that's why it took a bit for things to come in. Or they just dipped. I don't blame them.
They caught word that they were coming and they took Wrath Keep and they're like, we're gonna just wait it out here.
Switching sides really quick. Slap that right hand on their chest.
Definitely one of those, like, if you can't beat them, join them things. Can't
man.
beat them.
I almost wanted to go find that bard and try to get him to be a BT member.
You should. It's like, I don't
Nah,
know. Maybe it's too
nah,
late.
No,
I'm glad I got Goth Girlfriend. She's gonna be very useful.
he's dead in a ditch. Somehow.
Oh yeah, he did.
Like,
Imagine him walking very dejected out of town, and then all of a sudden, like a hobgoblin like pod just runs over him.
I thought he'd just get eaten by the chimera.
Yeah, the Wurgs or something.
Yeah. Hey, at least he was in a very good mood, and he was crying out of pure joy at my singing.
Oh my god, that makes it so much better. Like he was just like in tears, looking up through blurry eyes to see like a stampede of Wurgs coming at him. Like what? What is this? Oh
Hey,
man.
Something great happened to him. So something
hey,
bad. It's karma.
Someday you're gonna find Ron Swan Song again.
He left me, just like Jarrett left me.
Sorry.
Damn.
God.
Here I thought Jert was experiencing loss. I had no idea that guy was carrying around all this grief.
It's
So
horrible.
yeah.
He's doing so terribly, and
Mm.
and whatever will he do but ask Barnabas to tuck him in more?
Let's
It's
see.
okay. It's okay.
Oh, all right. Just a couple minutes and we'll get back to it. I have not forgotten, Ark, that you did want to speak with Sir Tyrion on your way out.
If only they
And
were alive.
yeah, and you guys need a report from Rafina about her peeps. Yeah. All right. So we'll wait for everybody to chime in on break time.
Yeah.
I could probably give you a play-by-play on these peeps before you head out. All right. So, okay. You do find Sir Tyrion. Sir Tyrion was essentially putting out fires and dealing with enemy spellcasters. As you guys recall, there were 3 witnesses spotted 3 caster-esque people, or 3 red elves, as they keep referring to the hobgoblins. And Sortiran confirms that amongst their number was an arcane caster, what seemed to be some kind of divine caster, and so he was matching wits with them essentially, and burned through quite a few consumables in an effort to sort of deal with them. They hastily retreated when they saw that there was a higher level, or a trained spellcaster kind of in the defense of the town. He hopes that they will take that information back with them, and that will be a deterrent for them to launch any other skirmishes. But he doubts that will dissuade them from any attacks, admitting that the people that he was up against were actually quite formidable as far as the magics they were able to bring to bear, and especially the one with their summoning magics. So a bit of a concern there. Rayfina returns to inform you guys that the camp outside of town, where her people had set up, was also under attack. So while Drellin's Ferry was being attacked, and there were those 3 kind of major insertion points, their camp as well was being attacked. They were dealing with a lot of giants over there, so it was kind of giant on giant action. The giants that they reported dealing with were ogres, trolls, ettins, and hill giants were the main threats that they were dealing with. Amongst those numbers, there was something that was somewhat like an ogre, but much more intelligent than the rest, and it had spell-casting abilities. And in this region, that particular type of monster is relatively unknown, but anybody could make a history check, or I'd say history or arcana would probably clue you in there. Okay. You're pretty sure, Barnabas and Guy, kind of putting your coconuts together there, you're pretty sure that this is an Oni, which is a type of ogre that is, or ogre mage. Essentially, a very rare species of ogre that has innate magical powers. They're highly intelligent, but also have the strength and viciousness of their much less intelligent kin. So that's rough. Apparently, this particular ogre mage is leading is basically leading all those giants.
Got it.
Okay.
I would simply ask, where will Warklenaw go and where will Tyrion go? And,
Yeah. So with Warklenaw and crew, when you ask about the keep, they inform you that they have been keeping an eye on it, and the last time they checked, it was unoccupied and still in ruins.
It's pretty recent that someone came in then.
Yeah, I mean, they say that they'll go check it again if you think that it might be occupied, but they kind of like crunch the numbers, and the day that you guys left for the bridge, they could confirm that there was no one at the keep, and that the keep was still in ruins.
So just in the time that we were on our way to the bridge and back, they
Right. So
occupied.
when you crunch your own numbers, that would mean that the entire keep had to be repaired, run a flag up, and be populated in a matter of hours, or half a day, essentially.
Just wish I had checked it out now. Kind of curious, but we don't have time for that.
Okay. As far as what will Warklenaw and crew do, gosh, their plan was to essentially guerrilla warfare the advancing army. So using the forest, they would try to slow their advance, disrupt supply lines, banditry stuff, but towards the Red Hand is generally what they were planning to do. Unless you guys have other suggestions.
If I recall, does Warklenaw have any relation to the Night Elves?
He does not deal with them because he feels like they only care about themselves and were never good neighbors or allies and could never be good neighbors or allies. He and his people hold a lot of resentment towards them. The elves, they're up in their trees, they're doing their own business with all their fancy magic and their owls and all that, and very much they live above and beyond the other people of the Witchlight. They kind of have set themselves up as the royalty of the Witchwood, the elite class of the Witchwood, and he feels that, he wishes you all the luck in the world as far as getting their support, but he has a lot of doubts that they would actually be willing to help anyone but themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
his loyalties are kind of with himself and his patron, essentially. As far as keeping his own people safe, doing what was needed for power. You guys kind of convinced him to team up, basically, but that certainly hasn't removed all those old hatreds and resentments. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I would urge him to go east somewhere to a more defensible location, because Drellin's Ferry is going to go one way or another. Whether he needs to use the Witchwood to get there, or if... Because they're going to have to go around and we pull up the bridge one way or another.
Oh, yeah, well, over here on the map, they're thinking about setting up, right around this area, in case the Red Hand decides to go through the Witchwood. Sort of make that more of a deterrent sort of thing. So sort of patrol along the river here and the woods. Try to prevent them from getting in.
If he thinks that that's good enough and it keeps him close enough to his master, then I won't argue with that.
Mm-hmm. All right. And then Sir Tyrion is going to travel with the refugees and provide protection and support. And when he gets to Brindle, he's going to reach out to his many contacts in Brindle and provide basically some clout for the arguments that are being made and try to shame everybody into doing the right thing.
He's learned so much.
Yeah. He has an allied wizard who lives there. I believe his name, is I want to say Immerstol. Yeah, Immerstol the Red. And so he's going to basically be like, listen, bro, it's real bad.
We need to get the gang back together.
Yeah, so stop fucking around, and we got to do the right thing here. So, let's see. Yes, Immerstol the Red is the most prominent wizard and a noted alchemist. And so he's going to kind of reach out to that guy. And they're basically going to try to put the leadership of Brindle together and do the same thing for Brindle that you guys did for Drellin's Ferry. Try to make them understand this is real, this is a real threat. We need to be prepared for this. All right.
The guy will try to leave on good terms until we'll see him again in probably Brindle.
All right, fair enough. Okay. He watches you guys go, and Guy, you can definitely see on his face that he is hopeful and that he is reminiscing about when he was young and heading out for adventure. So, okay. So you guys step outside the northern parts of the village and begin heading towards the old cemetery, and then beyond the cemetery, the Witchwood.
I actually had to tear at the cemetery, but
Aw. They did you and your boy wrong. That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. All right. Okay. So you guys are traveling at a normal pace? Question mark. To kind of make your way there. You got Ranger. I don't think you guys have to push each other too hard. So.
I
we
smoke
know
too many
that-
cigarettes to do that much cardio.
All right. Let's see.
I mean, knowing that we'll probably be in the Witchwood during night, probably want to at least make a little bit of headway.
Okay. With Jert's training, you think that you will make it to the meeting place in less than 7 hours at a normal pace. So it will be slightly after sunset. If you travel at a fast pace, you'll get there in about 5 hours. So you'll be there before the meeting time. So fast pace just means that you would have a penalty to wisdom perception scores, from what I can tell.
I mean, it's worth it.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So you guys kind of pick up the pace and start moving into the Witchwood. You stand at the edge of this ancient forest, and the forest beyond the graveyard, it's very like normal. Like this is magical Florida, so you've got like your skinny pine trees, and you got a handful of other trees that are trying to like make their mark. The constant like rains and things like that, the acidicness of the soil, things like that. It's not like the most lush and impressive woodlands, but you see where all that starts to change, and those thin sort of pine forests give way to bigger and more ancient trees that are fed perhaps from different soil and draw nourishment from different sources entirely. They start to change from the more familiar greens to shades of blue and turquoise and lavender, and you know that this forest is unnatural. Those of you trained in nature know that a lot of the plants that you're seeing here are not native to the area and should not be able to survive in this climate, but here they are. And you step through the normal forest into the deeper shadows of the Witchwood. Your Team Nature finding a well-traveled ancient road made of sort of dirt that kind of cuts through the forest. However, the thick canopy of the ancient trees renders even this midday to be sort of a gloomy shadow. All right. So go ahead and give me a survival check. One of you representing the whole team. It will, of course, be an advantage because there's so many of you. You cannot add guidance to it because this represents overall hours and hours of work. And I don't think anybody wants Barnabas' hand on their butt for that long.
I can roll. Sure, cannot roll
Okay.
lower than a 10 on those.
All right, go for it.
All right,
Go.
go for it.
All right. His hand very warm.
Yeah. Hot cross buns.
You have good
Yeah,
circulation,
jeez.
Barnabas.
Are you playing the hot cross buns on your new ocarina?
It would fit, but without Barnabas's firm grasp, it doesn't work.
Oh, fair.
Claude is telling Orion to cover his ears.
All right, let's see that. Let's see that survival check. Sure.
I rolled it. Did it not come through?
No.
All right, I'll try again.
Okay.
Oh,
There it is. All right. It's a very good. Okay. Let me go and grab this. All right. You notice as you are making your way through these woods, let me read off some of the signs of activity that you find within the Witchwood. Let's see. Okay. So things that you notice as you're doing your survival and making your way through the Witchwood, you see that there are signs of giants. Makes sense. They kind of moving around and retreating and all that jazz. Displacer beasts. You see signs that the trees themselves are moving around. So maybe treants. You see signs that there are giant owls and owl bears in the region. And let's see. At one point, you find passage of dire wolves. It's interesting. And you find some feathers that you do not recognize. So go ahead and give me a knowledge nature or an intelligence animal handling. You can share these feathers with the group to see if anybody can identify them.
Ryan, take a look at this, would you?
All right.
And actually, what I would like to do is, if Orion's willing, if he wants to make the nature check, Dirt will show him the feather and then say nothing. But that lets him use his, here it is. Where'd it go? I have the, I can give advantage to any nature check.
Nice.
Attempting within 5 feet of me.
All right.
Okay. I will say my animal handling is far better, but I'll take the nature one.
All right.
With advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, here it is. Answering silence.
You guys examine the feathers, and you would say that they're from a crow, but if the crow was man-sized.
These are abnormally large. They're like, for a crow, if a crow was man-sized. Not like my... I mean, no. It'd be more man-sized.
All right. So I'm going to bring you over to this map as you continue to sort of traverse the Witchwood quickly making your way to the meeting place. Check the lighting. Yeah, okay. All right. So all around you, you see oversized mushrooms. You see strange plants and trees. Jurt, how are you feeling being back in the Witchwood and like seeing these sorts of this sort of plant life and this sort of activity?
On the walk here, he was walking with a purpose, still a little similar to his fuming state from last night. But once he gets here, he is alert, like an animal that's trying to keep eyes at all angles, making sure that we're not jumped from anywhere. He seems a little on edge. He doesn't seem to notice that he's anxious, but you can tell in his breathing that he's in fight or flight.
Gotcha.
Orion notices this from the check he made last session. I hope everything's all right with you, Jared. I know this place has a bit memories for you, or
Just
lack
keep
of
it.
memories.
Just keep your eyes open. He keeps repeating it to himself.
Mm. All right. As you are saying that, what could only be magic missiles begin
shit.
firing out of the brush and foliage to the north.
Oh boy.
All right.
Towards-
So,
Jared drops to a combat stance. Get down!
so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a perception check. Everyone will just roll a perception check, and this will determine if you are surprised during the first round of combat.
Oh shoot.
You know, if I fail this, that's fine, because I was about to say, I think Guy is literally just singing in Sylvan.
to keep that pace up,
Yeah.
that jerk pace. Fair
yeah.
enough. All right.
Keeps the plants happy, you know?
I sent you a roll for Claude. He still does have a stack of exhaustion, so it's at disadvantage.
Oh, okay.
But he does have keen sight and smell, so I don't know if that should bounce it out because he has advantage on wisdom perception checks for sight and smell.
Okay. Let's see. Orion, you are not surprised. Claude, you are not surprised. Thanlin, you are very surprised. Guy, you are very surprised. Jert, you are not surprised. Layla, you are surprised. Let's see. Guy and Thanlin, could each of you roll me a d20 real quick?
It's a competition to see who's more surprised.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. We're doing rollies for this.
Yes.
Okay. Thanlin, you are hit by the initial magic missile.
No.
All right. So, let's see. There we go. And then we'll let initiative decide everything else. So, Thanlin, you take 12 points of force damage, and then we'll be off to the races, as it were. So, there we go. And you see the individual who fired that bolt. They are a hooded bird man, dressed in black and brown leathers. They have what looks like a scimitar and a shield, and a long crow-like beak coming out of the shadows of their hood.
So the feathers that we saw earlier, they would match this creature?
More than likely, yes. So, right. Now, those of you who have traveled abroad, you do know about Kenku. These guys kind of look like Kenku, but they have a much more human-esque physique and body, and a much less anthropomorphic bird situation going on.
Right beak.
They might be related, but they're more than likely not the same exact species. All right, go ahead and add these to our initiative. Roll it in. All right, we just need a Barnabas initiative.
Oh,
I
sorry.
think. No worries.
Oh, mine says no active encounter. Let me refresh.
No active encounter. Oh,
Yeah, I'll refresh and see if that fixes it.
sure.
Guess that means that there's no encounter.
I'm just
Oh,
distracted
man.
by my new NPC.
Traveled back into the retail days. The greatest customer joke of all time.
I'm back on a whole new map. Awesome.
A whole new map.
I will walk away from
Everybody
God's
is in,
girlfriend.
like,
Wipe away involvement. No, I got brought to the battlefield. I was.
Oh,
somewhere
okay.
else.
Okay.
Barnabas, we're under attack. Snap out of it, man.
All right. It looks like Ruinous Stormcrow has. What? Nope. Layla has won the initiative. All right.
Actually, I'm gonna switch with Layla.
Oh wow. Okay. Rude.
Noted.
All right. Let's see. All right. So Thanlin, you're gonna start things out. But you're surprised. So you lose
Yeah,
your
I just
surprise
want to get
status.
that out the
Okay.
way. I'm gonna then pass to
Well, yourself,
Guy.
Guy, and Layla
Yeah.
were all surprised.
Okay. So you're gonna pass to Layla or to Guy so that they can strip their surprise status away.
yeah.
All right. So Guy, you're no longer surprised. Who do you want to pass to? Layla.
Layla, yeah.
Okay. Layla, you're no longer surprised. Who do you want to pass to?
Listen, she's ready to go. She's briefly surprised. Then Thayla's like, "Wait, I'm unsurprised first. Then she's unsurprised, right?" And then we'll pass it over to Barnabas.
Cool.
All right, Barnabas.
We're fighting this guy, right? Keep your eyes out on the wings. I'm gonna move forward. I'm gonna try to get within 90 feet of him. I think that did it. I'm pretty sure. No. I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast him. Or I think
Okay.
that was 1, 2, 3. I can do one more space. I don't think that's gonna make the difference for me. Apologize, I'm having trouble measuring. It's just a big map. Whoa. Just took me off screen. I'm just gonna fire the Eldritch Blast. I don't think I can reach him.
Okay.
22 for 10.
22 for 10 is going to hit. Dude takes 10 points of damage.
Teach you to ambush us.
In response, as you strike him, you see that the... Oh, what?
No, I'm sorry. I think I might have just been closer enough to him to hex him.
Okay.
I'm sorry. But no, I'm on potato settings. I can't read.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, no, we'll see you hexed him. Let's see. The 18 also hits. So give me 2 hex rolls. Yep.
1, 2. 6 total.
All right. Very nice. So in the end, he takes 25 points of damage. All right. After the first attack hits him, his eyes under his hood glow brightly. The color kind of the magic that you just struck him with. And he opens his mouth, and instead of like a crow call or like a bird scream, magic missiles pour out of his mouth. And they fire at you.
Oh boy. I'm definitely not within 30 feet. Alright. I'll take it.
Okay. So here we go.
I just shout at him like, "Why are you shooting us?"
So 3, 2, and 4 as he kind of
Nine damage.
blasts back at you. All right, he has been damaged, so he's going to steal.
Magic missiles are individual Constitution and saves or concentration saves.
Correct. Yep. They're,
Okay.
Each one will trigger its own Constitution save.
2, 3.
Normally, when you damage yourself and you have the concentration status, it'll just
I haven't
prompt
turned-
you to.
I
Oh,
haven't
okay.
turned it on
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So he has taken the damage, and he is going to steal. Let's see. There we go. And yeah. All right. he is going to begin casting a spell.
Is too far.
All right. And you watch as now he seems to be moving incredibly fast. Those of you training in Arcana, you realize that he has hastened himself. Let's see. All right. And now that he has hastened, his movement is very fast, so he's going to start moving closer to the party. So he'll move to here. And these guys do not seem to care about the difficult terrain features of this map. So he just kind of rushes up. Man, let's see. That's his move. That's his action. He gets a bonus action. Yeah, maybe as a bonus action he'll move again. So he'll move to here. Kind of hopping and leaping from stone to ledge to stone. And then he will end his turn right there. Okay. He's going to pass to his ally. So you see another one kind of step forward, and you see like the shimmer of magic. And Guy and Layla, you know this right away. They are under the effects of a pass without trace. All right, this guy surveys the field, and he is going to hasten himself as well.
That's our move. It's not fair.
All right, and then he is going to, or they are going to leap down with their enhanced movement. They're going to start running towards the party. They definitely run like Naruto style with their arms out to the side. You see that they have a small shield strapped to one arm and a very dope-looking scimitar, or like a curved longsword in the other hand. All right, and then they will run along the ledge here, and they'll stop right about there. All right. They will pass to their other ally, who will, same exact situation, cast haste on themselves and begin moving towards the party. And they're just going to run straight at Barnabas. All right. They will pass to Orion.
Ooh. That changed some things. Well, we can start this off with ferocity. Alright, get 4 points. Orion is going to... He was pointing his bow at the first one that popped up, and then 2 others shot out of the same area. And now he's not sure which target to go after, but he does kind of yell out... We're not here to fight you guys. I don't know who you are, but we're trying to travel in peace.
What language do you call this out in?
Knowing that we are in the Witchwoods and this is Fae territory, he will call this out in Sylvan.
Okay.
Because he knows that.
All right. This one closest to you, it pauses just a moment. It's hard to tell with the haste, but it kind of like stops moving for just a second. You know that it heard you and it registered your words.
Okay. Orion is going to ready an action with his short bow to fire at a creature if they continue attacking. And Claude is just going to kind of interpose himself between the crow and Orion. He is also going to ready an action to attack, but he's not going to immediately start going after him. He's just in a defensive stance, just trying to not increase hostilities at this point in time.
Okay.
Then he will pass to Jert.
All right. Jert.
Okay. Alright, so I just see them on this side. Barnabas is in trouble, so I think what I'm going to start with is I'm going to move up here into flanking position. Drawing the weapons on the way, and then we're going to Hunter's Mark this guy as a bonus action.
Okay.
Oop, didn't mean to consume a spell slot, because it's not, but it's alright. Alright, and then we're going to do some attacks.
Okay, let's see. 16 would be an 18 with a flank. That is going to hit. 13 is not going to hit.
Okay, and then I'll roll the d6 for the Hunter's Mark on that. And it was not thrown because I'm in melee right now. So he takes 12 damage from the first attack.
Okay.
And then the second one misses.
And he loses his concentration, so he will actually
Nice.
lose his turn. Because when haste wears off, you lose your turn.
Yeah, so Jertz slides in, pulls his weapons out, and though the guy is fast and dodges one of the attacks, the other one cuts him. And, that's it for Jert. That's all his actions.
Okay. All right.
He's already acted, so I can choose who to pass to, right?
Actually, there are more. So you can you can pass to the enemy.
Oh, all right, here we go.
All right. Okay. So you see the shimmer again, and another one of these creatures appears, and let's see. Yeah, it is going to go ahead and same deal as the others. It is going to cast haste on itself. And then with its improved movement, it is going to rush down here to you, Jert. It'll use its haste action to launch one attack against you with its sword.
Oh, yeah, that hits.
Alright. Okay, since he has successfully hit you, he's going to use a bonus action. And essentially, once per turn as bonus action, after making a successful melee attack, they cast Magic Missile.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh.
So as the weapon hits you, she opens her mouth, and you think that like sound's gonna come out, and it's just magic missiles point blank, just start crashing into you. Here we go.
Okay. I'm gonna burn a reaction here to. Well, no, that's fine. I'll let it hit me. I'm still at full HP.
Okay.
I could reduce the damage, but I think I'm gonna save it for now, just in case something else happens. So let's see, 11, and then 11 more, so 22.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, she's gonna pass to another one, and they're gonna do the exact same thing.
Oh, jeez.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Right. Let's see. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. So this one's gonna rush forward with its improved speed. It's gonna make its haste action to attack Jert. It's gonna have a +2 from the flanking ally. Here we go.
I will spend my reaction on this one to attempt to reduce. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna have to. He missed.
All right. All right. Let's see what the complication is. This battle is more grueling, bro. It just started. All right. Let's see. Average party level, Constitution save. Oh my. All right. Here we go. He makes the save, so he's not exhausted. All right. And then finally, he will pass to his ally. Here we go. And as this one appears, you see that they were concentrating on something. Now they're switching spells. And they are now concentrating on haste. All right, and so they begin to, anime style, leave little, like, duplicates of themselves behind as they run hecka fast. Let's see. So he's going to run up to here, and then use a dash to get behind Barnabas. All right, and that is where they will end their turn, and we'll go into the next round. You get the feeling they're going to pass to each other going into the next round.
I'm going to steal.
All right.
My power went out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We never lost it.
I just got.
All right, do you need a quick recap? It turns out there are 6 of these creatures. They have all hastened themselves. One of them has lost the haste and is going to lose its turn, essentially. This guy with the blue marker on him. Yeah.
So, Guy would notice what happened with Orion and would see the one over here. He'd move about to here and speak towards all of them. And he'd say, "We have a meeting with the Shadow Elves, with the Queen herself. We're not here to harm you, we're not here to trespass. To stop us would mean to delay her." And he'd see if they react to that.
Okay. They think that you need to roll a deception check because there's no way this could be true. But I know that you need to roll a persuasion check. But this will be your action for the round, because this will impact combat significantly if you succeed.
Can he get advantage because Orion was trying to initiate peace?
He does not need such things. For he is barred and he rolled very well.
Okay.
Okay, so this one right here, Avenging Stormcrow, says in Sylvan, Oh, guys, this is them. They're here for the meeting.
Yes, it's us.
Okay, they'll in combat if you want.
Oh, okay.
I mean, hasten. These guys make four attacks per round, plus a free magic missile, plus
And
a magic
the
missile
combat.
on. Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
You know,
All right.
Jert's here, like, gritting his teeth, like, no, let's keep going. And I'm over here, like, no, please stop. Please.
Okay. Yeah,
enough.
this is a very good. This is a very cool monster. All right, so they will.
I
stop
am
them.
very impressed, but also this would be very bad.
Oh, yeah, I would have just died. We would have had to seize there and then do something.
All right. All right. So, they all have a nice laugh as their haste spells wear off, and then Avenging Stormcrow says, "Apologies. These are hard times. War is at our doorstep and within our borders."
Yes, we were just attacked by the Red Hand ourselves. We defended what we could, but the rest have evacuated. We're here to make our plea.
Long have the Stormcrows served the Star Singer. We have been made aware that, I believe the words we received were weirdos. A group of weirdos with a white lion would be making their way through the woods. I guess we overreacted. The lighting is bad. He looks a little blue right now.
Right.
I suppose they do
Cloud
like pale
Roar.
moonlight.
So-
Well, we will allow you to pass then and continue our patrol. Is there anything else you need?
Recompense, could we have one of yours to show us the way in case we're ambushed? My friend there took a sword to the back and multiple missiles of magic.
You were quite quick to strike us.
Yes, as any defending their lands would be. Do not worry, child. A mere scratch. Should the battle have continued, you would surely have perished. I am filled with a curiosity of what you could possibly have that the Queen would be interested in. After seeing how clumsily you fell into our ambush, and how quickly you could have been cut down.
We thought ourselves safe through the passage through her people, but
They all let out cawing laughter. No one is safe here in the Witchwood, especially not now.
fair point. But we hoped to be an ally, at least now. Perhaps we can even aid you.
Aid us.
Yes, we recently felled a chimera of great size that had come from this place, and we were wondering if perhaps you'd seen more of them. We carry the antlers with us.
These woods have their fair share of chimera, sure.
I think it is a testament to your skill rather than our lack of. We're usually pretty good at spotting these sort of ambush things.
Perhaps outside the Witchwood. But things are different here, child. Fine. If you are truly the guest of the Queen, then we will make Sigurd guard you, since he proved the least capable in battle. And the guy that lost his concentration, his feelings look very hurt. And he says, fine, I will guide you to the place of the meeting. The Thunderstruck clearing, yes?
Yes.
All right. The rest of them form up in formation so that they can all Naruto run away together.
Dope.
Okay. And then as they do, of course, there's like a shimmer of fey magic, and they disappear under the veil of Pass Without Trace, off to blast some other shit with their mouth lasers. All right. Sigag looks at all of you and says, fine, this way. Come on.
I will happily follow.
All right. This creature moves with an astounding alacrity, even without the haste effect. Not reflected in its 30-foot speed, but just all its movements are very quick and very deliberate. All right.
Next, probably moves like a bird, huh? Just like
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, they have a mostly human body, but they definitely have more bird-like movements, for sure. All right.
Orion will ask if he can keep the feather as a souvenir that they found earlier.
The bird man, the storm crow, he looks down at you and he says, sure. You don't wish to use it to. Don't tell me what it's for. I don't care. And he just kind of turns away. This guy, his player doesn't really like, is still learning to role play. He doesn't really know what to say, so he's just really gruff. He's just kind of, he's kind of embarrassed still that he has to guide you guys.
Orion just gives a smile and just follows.
Okay.
I have to ask, who are you people? I've only heard legends of the Kenku, but you do not seem to be of the type.
Oh, Sigag looks at you and says, we are called the Storm Crow, by our elven allies. But, there is far more to us than, what meets the eye. We dwell in the darkest places of, the Shadow Fae. A realm that bleeds between worlds. My people are called the Malphas. Since beyond our remembering, Our people have lived for one purpose, to serve the aristocracy of the Shadow Fae courts. Thus is my company sworn to Celeria Starsinger's every will.
Well, I'm very happy to have you in our company then.
Hmm.
I'm sure she respects her people in kind for such service.
Yes.
Insight check.
Okay.
I want to see how well this queen's doing.
You insight that this guy, specifically, but maybe culturally, they're not really conversationalist. The more you talk to him, the more out of his depth he seems to be feeling.
Yeah.
As far as how he's being treated and his loyalty, you do recall that Fae are not mortals, and they don't operate under the same mindsets, feelings, religions, alignment, all that, right? Humanity and their friends, they like the whole black and white, light versus darkness, order versus chaos. The Fae, it's like orange versus purple, right? Like it's their way of thinking and their way of doing things. She could piss in his mouth every day and he would probably be fine with it because he is doing what he is meant to do, which is serve her will. So there's no trace in your insight that he has ill feelings towards the queen or his treatment.
I lean into Guy. Ask him if she likes anything. If she's... What's she into?
I dare ask a favor of this creature, but do you have something that perhaps you show your queen for favor?
You hear inside the shadows of his hood the deepest, saddest sigh, like, because the conversation is continuing, and he says, loyalty, skill.
Thank you. And he'll kind of like nudge Barnabas and say, "He's one of you."
He starts Naruto running even faster to try to distance himself from your conversation. All right. Hours pass with the combination of Team Nature and this powerful Fey entity. You are not attacked or approached, and you do reach around 5 o'clock or so the meeting point. The sun officially will set around 6 p.m. ish, so you guys are there in time to make any last preparations that you might need to. And I'll take you over to that map. Oh, hold on. I have to remove this dope tree. It's not there anymore. Okay. All right. With a heavy heart, you can see Barnabas, the amazing tree, or at least where that tree must have once been.
Shame, we're too late.
Layla, judging from the double mushroom ring, this must have been an incredibly magical tree. If it was truly killed by lightning, the charged ironwood that was created would have been like artifact level powerful.
Oh shit.
Barnabas sheds a tiny tear.
Oh yeah, Jurt, your danger sense is tingling.
Yeah, he stops in his tracks when he sees the ring.
Yeah, this is most assuredly a place of power.
You okay, Jurt?
We should limit our time spectating as much as possible.
We perhaps wait for the sun to set on the pointed dot and then go through.
Sighad, the Malthus says, And here you are. Goodbye. And he goes to leave.
Tell them of your tales and your people. Okay.
It was nice
Wait,
meeting
don't tell me
you.
we have to go in there.
All right.
Hey, Barnabas.
What?
I'm gonna throw a lasso around him.
Oh dang! All right.
Virus doesn't understand there might be danger here.
I'm back.
One
What's
does
wrong?
not simply cross toadstool rings.
What are you
There are
talking about?
so
They're
many
mushrooms.
tales of these. Did you never hear tales of these when you were a child?
I grew up in a city.
So did I.
Yeah, sorry. Let me take this off you. Undo the lasso.
Yeah, even amongst our people, we know better than to cross through mushroom rings. Especially in these parts. There's a lot of funky magic that goes on.
Can someone tell me about mushroom rings?
I didn't grow up in the woods, you know, like some of us.
They're very dangerous then.
I want to see how active it is. Give me a moment. And she will begin performing ritual to cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. We have a moment without the creature, and I was hoping we'd just... All right. I have to ask. Who are we talking to again? I was not there to meet these people.
I think
do they
we're
have
talking.
names?
Well, we didn't
Earless
get their
elves.
we didn't get their names, but there was a couple of night elves or shadow elves that were at the Wrath Keep. They were
Yes.
they were being tortured by the Red Hand.
Of course.
I think there was actually 3 of them, and one of their companions was beheaded.
We
You
still
didn't
have
ask-
that.
Did we
Oh,
take the
what?
head?
We take everything.
Oh God!
You brought them the decapitated head of the friend. You didn't ask them their names.
Orion's wide-eyed when he learns that we took the head. 'Cause I didn't
We did
think-
not
not-
take the head.
I'm not a people person. I don't ask people's names.
We didn't ask their names, but
Okay.
we asked for the meeting place that we could talk to them and hopefully get audience with the queen.
Oh, okay, all right. I realize now that I'm going with about as much information as you all do, huh?
Unfortunately, yes. We probably should
Oh.
not, unless they show some sentiment of wanting their companion's head back.
Mum's the word.
Can someone please tell me what happens if you cross these mushrooms?
Layla's finding out.
Oh, Layla, you're gonna cast Detect Magic, but as a
Yeah.
ritual. Okay. All right. So whatever you guys were doing, suddenly you stop doing it, and then a pop-up screen appears that says Layla cast a ritual spell, and then 10 minutes go by.
Should I like start casting Identify just in case so we can save time?
Might as well at the same time. 10 minutes.
You
10
know what?
minutes.
I'm gonna gamble it.
Oh my god.
Wait, Danlin, hold on. I don't have specific details, but even amongst, our mouse folk, we generally don't come to this area because it's very dangerous. For these mushroom circles, the only thing I can really recall, sometimes Fae use them to transport areas or cross borders. I don't know. It's all really weird. And
Is this how the Red Hand's getting in?
I don't know. But if anyone's looking at Ryan, he does take a quick glance at Jerk.
Right now, Orion, we're not in any hurry, right?
We still have some time before the meeting, and I think Layla's trying to determine if this is safe or not. We can wait a few moments.
I'll remind you, practically then, the last mushrooms we came into that were from this place popped out with red caps, so...
Okay.
That is also true.
Jert, get out your 10-foot pole. Poke them.
All right.
Jerd is just standing there watching Layla, but his eyes are fixed on the path leading in.
Okay. Layla, you finish your ritual and you go to detect magic. The area inside this ring is very light abjuration magic. And then inside this is very strong abjuration magic.
Her eyes would kind of flutter over. She would kind of breathe out slowly and say, "We should be fine to walk inside the first ring.
All
I'd
right.
maybe be careful about getting inside the second, though."
Do we need to like signal to the elves that we're here?
Surely they'd know.
They were very sneaky. They probably, if anything, are watching us.
Okay, but 10 minutes goes by. I'm lighting a big dick firework off.
Oh, maybe I should impress them by using my armor that is from their friend. And hiding like we around. And then boom, they come out. Because they've never met me before.
Wait.
Then they will surely not attack me because they've never seen me before, right?
I don't know if I follow that logic. What armor is their friends? I think that was in like the chest in Wrath Keep.
Oh, this is Shadow Mithril chain armor. It's crafted by the
Definitely made by them, but I think it was in that basement for, the entire duration of time.
Oh, good.
I don't think it was belonged to the beheaded one.
Oh, my point still stands.
Layla would kind of lean down over one of the mushrooms and kind of press her hand against it, cause it to just kind of blossom and grow with some druid craft and a little sigil appear for an hour.
All right. Nothing bad happens to you when you do that. The mushroom seems to be all right with Pats. Okay.
Do we
you
cross and
wait it out? You just wait it out.
I can give them a call.
I mean, it's not sunset yet. So.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's chill. We don't need
Okay.
to go through this.
All right.
This second ring.
So you setting off Big Dick Firework 10 minutes after sunset, Barnabas? Is that
Yeah,
the...
sure. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So time begins to pass. Off in the distance, you hear the horrors of night creatures waking up early for work. Once the sun sets, they'll be out on the prowl. Jert, you remember those times. Those are the most dangerous times, when the night predators first awaken and begin to prowl. You would think that the deepest, darkest parts of night would be the worst, but by then, most of the predators have found what they were looking for and are content. It's those earliest hours of the night that are the most deadly.
Layla will just, I don't know if you guys heard this, my internet crashed. Layla will just kind of lean down, blossom one of the mushrooms.
Oh, yeah. I said that the mushroom liked getting pats. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry. My internet crashed, and I was like, I wasn't sure if it crashed while I was talking or after.
Nope, we got it just before, I guess. All right. As you begin writing your firework at 6:08 p.m., you can see hopping down from the trees northeast of your location are some of these shadow fae.
Barnes got all excited to set up his firework. He was like about to apply the flame to the wick, and then he pouts. Because we don't need more fires.
All right. They approach. One of them seems confident. One of them seems incredibly cautious. And one of them seems maybe a little afraid. They look and take your measure, seeing that you have yourselves, and then of course all of your B team allies are here as well, which they're not currently on the map, but so they're kind of like taking measure of all these strangers, all these people. And you do see that the confident one is missing ear, and you recognize them as the one from the keep.
If they're awkward and don't introduce themselves, guy waves.
Okay. The scared one jumps when you go to wave, and then raises their hand to wave back. The cautious one kind of slaps at their hand to put it down. All right. This shadow fae crosses the threshold here and stands by these ruins, and the others kind of take up points nearby. And she calls out to you and says, I did not think that you would come, but here you are, and quite a company you have brought with you. I am fulfilling reciprocity. You saved my life, and I promised I would do what I could to arrange a meeting with the Queen. I am pleased to tell you that she has agreed to such a meeting.
Excellent.
It came as a great surprise to me, but these are troubling times, and she is the Queen. Perhaps she knows something that we do not.
We were recently attacked by the Red Hand. Not the full army, but their scouts, their, I guess, more unruly characters. Our town was pretty roughed up. So we definitely wish to speak with her.
So now Drellin's Ferry knows what we have been dealing with for some time.
There are still others who are skeptical, but the majority of the town is now quite aware of the Red Hand and what they're capable of, even if it was just a fraction of what their forces were.
The Vale is beginning to know. They'll spread word across all of it. We'll gain allies. And perhaps the Vale will band together to face this threat. But until then, we have delayed them. We have destroyed the Dwarven Bridge, slowing down their incursion into the Witchwood proper.
Yes, our Sky Scouts said that they found you hiding in the edge of the Witchwood after some sort of demolition of the dwarves' hideous bridge.
It was surprisingly easy to blow up.
Hmm.
The Red Hand were not happy, and were less easy to deal with. We appreciate you not interrupting our rest.
It was also stated by our scouts that they are allied with Ozyrandian.
Who the what now?
Ozyrandian is a fey dragon. He has always been cruel and mischievous. His ambition much larger than his small size. He is always eager to make deals and arrangements with those stronger than himself as a shortcut to power.
Yes.
Fool's errand.
I think Layla spotted them across the way. Luckily, we got out of there before it could attack us.
Have your people ever done battle with this dragon?
She chuckles a little bit and says, he is too crafty and too clever to ever cause a conflict with my people. But it seems that he has found his place at last. How troubling.
Whatever common ground a creature like that shares with the Red Hand is certainly concerning.
The Queen is well informed on our enemy and will perhaps share that knowledge with you. But she is busy. She will not be able to see you until tomorrow night. If you are not too tired, I can take you to a place where you can rest.
You said that your people have been dealing with these Red Hand forces for a while. Have you been recently attacked by them? Have they been making patrols in their way through the Witchwoods?
Few of our settlements are easily found or accessed, but those that were attacked. That is part of why our scouting was taking us so far from home. It's part of why we were caught unawares, captured. We have begun to withdraw closer and closer to the throne, in preparations for what is to come. The outlying settlements have all been abandoned.
You mean to abandon this plane, correct?
That is my hope, and that is the suspicion of most of my people.
I understand your want to leave after such a terrible experience and an overwhelming threat. But that is not what we hope for you. Take us to this place of rest, please.
If you
Before we
don't mind my asking, where would you go?
She does not answer, because she does mind you asking.
That's fair. Kind of the point, I guess. Barnes would gesture towards the rended earth in the center of the circle and say, I imagine that's where the tree once stood. I imagine you guys gathered it and brought it back to your settlement?
Yes, the tree tenders came and took care of things. It was not without bloodshed. A pack of displacers attacked the workers.
I'm
Be
glad
curious
they
to
were...
talk to these. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say I'd be curious to talk to these tree tenders, but you carry on, guy.
I was filling your sound story.
I am curious about these displacer beasts. We have seen a few of them now associated with the Red Hand. We saw a few at the keep when we assaulted and took over it. I think the rest of my party also ran into a few of them when they were trying to get back to Drellin's Ferry. Is that normal for those types of creatures?
They are smarter than beasts, but not nearly as smart as, per se, a human. Certainly not as smart as an elf. They are cruel things that enjoy the hunt. It is no surprise to me that some would run with the pack, as it were, in regards to this Red Hand. They are monstrous creatures that originated in the Feywild and most migrated to the Prime, seeking easier prey. The displacer beasts of this region are deeply touched by the plane of shadow. It makes them all the more fearsome and dangerous.
Orion is taking notes. Thank you. Just trying to keep track of the various different creatures the Red Hand keeps sending at us. They seem to have a full menagerie of different beast. As we told the Stormcrow who brought us here, we ran into a chimera that was stag, dragon, and wolf. Seems it was also in the employ of the Red Hand.
She seems doubtful about that and says, I would not know that a chimera would have the intelligence to be swayed towards one cause or another. They are mindless beasts of chaos and destruction.
They seem to know how to organize these mindless beasts. They used it on a Hydra before this. They just happen to know how to push them into battle or use them as guards.
Yes, or to sick them on people. They have some way of at least throwing them at us.
As you have a way with beast as well, perhaps.
I'm still trying to learn.
Today, a small lion. Tomorrow, a chimera?
I imagine Claude is like wide-eyed because he was eating chimera early this morning.
Oh, I thought because they were just talking about like hiring someone to replace him, but you know that works too. Yeah. All right, it is quite a ways to this place. These people are used to moving pretty quick through the wilderness, and they have an ability that allows them to sort of traverse great distances quickly as long as those places are sort of attuned to the Shadowfell. I don't think that they would feel comfortable showing you such techniques, so they would probably walk. And what they kind of thought was going to be a very short walk is quite a haul. To keep pace with them, you would have to continue moving at a fast pace. Let me check the measurements real quick. Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's going to be like another 23 miles.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
How much time do we still have on Jert's ability?
I can only do it once every long rest, so it just gives us an extra 3 hours.
All right, so at a fast pace, that's going to be 7 more hours of travel.
Oof.
So that'll put you into 12 hours of travel.
We only got to make one check, it looks like. That's fine.
Okay.
We can do that.
That's what I think.
All right. Everybody go ahead and give me your Constitution DC 10s.
Remember, we have well rested.
Yep. So this will just show up a well rested if you don't make it.
Hey.
Also, this culture is nocturnal as well, so like for them, they're just like they got up super early for this meeting. There we go.
Always with the force marching. I have to take 3 steps for every one you guys take.
You want me to carry you on my shoulders?
Barnabas, you can ride on Claude.
All right. So Thanlin, it was a rough time. It's a rough time, right? Let's see.
Armor, man.
Yeah, everyone else doing great. Moving at that brisk pace and spending essentially 12 hours just marching really fast, like speed walking for 12 hours. You guys just have like the tightest glutes and the sorest thighs by the time you make it to this sort of way station. Your guide explains to you. They don't really talk to you guys much. They sort of like move through the trees and then like impatiently wait for you. Almost like if your cat was trying to guide you somewhere, right? Like they're just so much more like at home here and mobile that they just keep moving ahead and then stopping to wait for you and moving ahead and stopping to wait for you. Like the worst MMO escort quest like,
They're escorting us.
yeah, exactly. All right.
We're the ones with the poor AI that keeps bumping into terrain.
Oh, look, a fungus.
I guess in their playthrough, you guys were constantly attacked all the time, even though there shouldn't have been any bad guys to attack you. Yeah, but you guys didn't even notice because they're off like fighting all these night predators that are trying to kill you guys because they've been tasked with safely delivering you to this place. All right, so your guide says, in times long past, we were more opening to visitors and outsiders. We still, on occasion, will host foreign dignitaries, which I suppose is you. So I'll be taking you to the river's steps. It is a small, safe sanctuary for those visiting our people. It is not up in the city proper, but on the ground. But do not worry. You will be watched over by powerful guardians. No harm shall come to you while you are there.
Very well.
Here we approach. And then off in the distance, you see a small collection. It looks like 3 buildings built into massive and ancient trees. You see that cut or shaped into the sides of the trees are actual windows, and you see warm firelight kind of glowing out of those windows. You can see that there are stone steps carved into the rocky banks of a small stream that is fed by a beautiful but small waterfall. Fairy lights dance everywhere, and the whole scene is exactly how you would picture an elven riverside settlement in like a story. Except there's only three little tree buildings, so it's just a small like instance of forest elf architecture. So I'll bring you over to that map. There we go. Man, Dan, I gotta like tone down your aura, bro. You just like putting this big white or like circle on everything everywhere you go. Well, hold on a second.
I'll turn it off.
No, there we go. All right. It's subtle now. It's subtle. All right. So here you are. You see that there are beefy boys or girls or people. Their faces hidden in the shadows of their helms. Layla, you recognize immediately that their armor, despite being plate mail, is made out of ironwood and different types of very rare and precious leathers that have been worked together. All right. There are stairs that lead up to a building here. And there is a bridge that leads over to this little shrine area. And then there are stairs that lead up and up and up and up and up. And apparently this is where you guys will be staying. If you require food and refreshment, you can go up here. If you would like to hear a story, you could go over here. And if you would like a place for quiet meditation and contemplation, you could go over here. And then, of course, when you are ready to sleep or lay down your goods, you could go here. And she says, and now my reciprocity is fulfilled. I wish you well in all that you do. And if I do see you again, I hope it is as an ally and not an enemy.
Go.
You know what? Orion will be the one to bring this up. I guess he'll kind of pull Barnabas aside and kind of nudge him and be like, did you take you had the head, right?
Barnabas like digs deep into a pack. He was like getting too close to one of these guardians before you grabbed him. He was like trying to reach out and touch the armor because he was curious, but then you like snag him, and he digs through his inventory. He's like, I have it. We probably shouldn't like just air this thing out too much. They might think that we caused this.
If it's in a sack, then Orion will take it.
All you.
And he'll be the one to approach the elf that had its ears cut off before they leave, and be like, "We found this amongst the Red Hand. It may not be much, but hopefully you can give them a proper send-off. I'm sorry for your loss."
All three of the elves. The one looks like she threw up inside of her cool like cowl mask or whatever. The one looks absolutely disgusted, and the one that you're talking to nods grimly and takes the. Was this even preserved? This has been
No.
like, oh god. Okay. You hear the bzz, bzz, bzz of like flies and insects, and grimly she takes it and she says, "This is a strange custom. Not one I would associate with the mousekin."
It's not a custom of ours, but it is one of yours that fell, so you should at least have the remains. Unfortunately, we couldn't find anything else that was left of them.
I just appreciate it.
In case they have
Just-
any family.
And she nods and rummages around for a bag, places the head in the bag, puts it in another bag, and then walks off with it.
Mainly, we should probably not have that in our inventory ever.
Gotta empty out my macrovis sack.
All right. What's the play?
Guy is in wonderment of the whole area. And he'll sing along with this ambient Sylvan singing. And he will go and get a story and a drink
Okay.
immediately. By the time that you guys even like look around for him after that interaction.
Barnes probably go up to the sleeping quarters where you'd work.
Okay. So let's see. Guy, you approach this lady, and she is she's the one doing all the ambient background singing. She stops and smiles as you approach and says, in the common tongue, "It is a good evening. It has been long and longer still since we have had mortals visit us."
He will speak in Sylvan and say, "If you wish to practice your common, then please. But I wish to practice your tongue."
Okay. She blushes a little bit, and she says, "You are quite forward."
I wish to speak to you in your tongue. I also was told that you may have a story. I wanted to know what this song was about.
Ah, yes. I was singing of those that we have lost to darkness.
Are you not of Shadow?
To be of shadow is not to be of darkness. And you could kind of hear the capital D when she says it. And she says, "We walk a very dangerous path. We have cousins who dwell in the warmth and heat of summer, perpetually bathed in its warmth and its light. Guided as they are less prone to descend into darker paths. But we who tend the Fae at the borders of shadow, feel its pull. Always. Throughout our history, many have succumbed to its dark temptations.
Someone you knew?
I have known many, but
Someone you loved.
Hmm?
Then someone you loved?
I have loved many. And of those that I have loved, some have been lured away.
Do you have any
There. Oh? Tips? To not be lured into darkness?
for my friends and I?
Ah. Do you plan to enter the Shadowfell?
We know not where our journeys will take us, but in order to align ourselves with your people, we're willing to walk what lines we need to. The whole Vale needs to come together against this doom.
You are not wrong. Not at all. When things are darkest, when they are... When facing superior odds, when outnumbered, when outmatched, when courage is tested, when limits are pushed, that is when weakness allows in temptation. It is easy to be strong and proud and brave and pure when you are winning. But the true challenge is to maintain such ideals when all is lost. Throughout history, the most well-meaning of heroes, the greatest and brightest among all races and cultures, have had to face such defeats. And in those moments, that is when the temptation is strong. When the compromises are made. And each compromise that you make makes the next one so much easier. Until soon, you have given away all that you are for the easy gifts of power. And each time, you justified the means. Sometimes, it is best to die with honor, as you are and as you ever were, than to live compromised, than to live on without yourself. Do you understand?
Guy squints at her and then would release and smile and look down towards his party. Your words of wisdom ring true. My friends, we have suffered much, and I fear that they're beginning to lose themselves already. But we have many hardships ahead of us, and I'll carry your words with us. Please, teach me a song. Maybe I'll teach you one.
I will teach you the song that I am singing. It tells the tale of Kalori Raz. Your people know him as the Ghost Lord.
Guy smiles, and we'll learn it.
Okay. So what you know of the Ghost Lord is he is an elven lich, and he lives in the south west of the Vale, and anyone that travels in there is never seen again. And he is rumored to be a great and powerful evil, but he doesn't bother anybody. So nobody bothers him. In fact, throughout history, whenever adventuring parties would get together and be like, let's go, Ghost Lord time, like, people would be like, hey, whoa, slow down, partner, and try to, like, slow them down from going there and essentially getting themselves killed. They viewed it very much as the world's biggest beehive, and why would you go and shake it up, essentially? Yeah. But as you listen to the story about the Ghost Lord, you learn that he was once a lover of Celeria Starsinger, and together they led the Elves of the Tiricator. However, war, conflicts, battle has always been a thing. And they were faced with a tremendous evil from within the Shadowfell that tried to force its way into this world using the thin places within the Witchwood. Their people fought extremely hard to stop this from happening, but it became clear that the magic used by their enemy were beyond their knowledge, beyond their ability to combat. It is said that Kalori Rawls left for a time, and many thought that he had fled the battle or perhaps been whisked away by their shadowy enemy. But when he returned, he was changed. And he led an army of Myconid-esque horrors from the Feydark. And using these new allies and whatever new powers and magics he had mastered in his short absence, he was able to turn the tides of battle, and they were able to seal the gateway to the Shadowfell, closing it and preventing the invading force from getting in. However, he was irrevocably changed and unnatural. They tried to make it work, but over time he lured many into his new way of thinking, and more elves began to give up themselves to his power and his evil, transforming into essentially plant creatures and undead. Eventually, he and Celeria sort of came to blows. There was no civil war or anything like that, because his love for his people was still strong enough that he would not put them through that. Instead, he took his followers and he left, and they settled in the southwest. It is said that the queen has never forgotten him and never gotten over his loss, but that it serves as an example of the dangers of compromise, of willingness to do anything to win, and the cost that carries.
Does she see him as a martyr or someone who has lost their way?
She sees them as a person who was willing to pay any price to protect what they cared about, even if that meant losing everything they cared about. And for her, it represents the greatest story of sacrifice. So definitely a martyr. She definitely views him as a martyr. But she would never do what he had done, and she would never follow him. Is the general gist of it. Yeah.
Okay. Let's sing along with her.
Okay.
And thank her for the story.
All right. So, you guys settle in. You have quite a bit of time, so you'll get in another long rest, and then sort of just wait for them to call upon you. Gives you a chance to come up with your game plan. There are also Thierry Couture here that are trained to be nice to outsiders. So if you would like to interact with them, they're certainly available.
They've gone through their HR training.
Basically, yeah. They're like, the rest of the world thinks that we're standoffish and maybe a little full of ourselves. We need to train a handful of you to maybe come across as not patronizing and just really kind and sweet. Really PR us up a little bit when we got outsiders visiting. So that's what these people are for.
They have
Even intellectual?
I mean, you could try. I don't know. There's a very slim selection of people that have the skill set amongst the Thierry Couture.
They have name tags on themselves. They're like, my name is blank, and I am welcome to talk.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I just quickly approach intellectual, greet her, and say, "Hey, I'm interested in meeting with the tree bearers at some point, if that's possible."
Oh
Do
man,
you know of them?
she's all over this shit. She's like, "Oh, there you are! Oh, you're so small. You must be a halfling. Are you a halfling?" Yes. Oh,
I am.
wait,
Thank you for not
let
mistaking
me
me
take
as a
a.
child.
Oh, let me take a look at you. Oh wow, what are you? 3 feet tops?
Farmer's like, "Yes, 3 feet," he says
yeah,
as he blushes.
She's a towering 6 foot and change, and she looks down at you and she says, "Remarkable. I've only ever gotten to meet Spriggans. They're like forest gnomes. They're very small and very cute."
Oh,
So you got a little thing going on with your eyeball there. Is that normal for a halfling?
no. But that tree though, the tree bearers.
Oh, are you a tree bearer?
I'd like to be.
Oh, it takes centuries of training. Do halflings live that long?
I can do at least 2 of those.
Oh, well, tree bearers built this inn that you're in.
Oh.
Inn that you're in. You're pretty good with the common, aren't I? Yeah. You can see here, there's no chisel marks at all. That's because they have learned to communicate with the trees, even trees that have died. And they can shape the wood. For you see that the spirits that inhabit the trees linger on even after death. That's because there's no heaven for trees. Heaven's the word, right? Place where you go when you die?
I guess so. I don't expect
Nailed it. So, yes, when trees die, their spirits linger, and then they wait to be reabsorbed by the natural world. But the tree tenders, they know how to reach out to those spirits and control them. Notice here this beautiful, intricate work on this railing. This is all trees that have been coaxed into growing and changing their shape this way.
Barnabas
Doesn't that sound amazing? Wouldn't you love to be able to just talk to the things that you want to build and have them do whatever you'd like?
Barnabas is genuinely impressed. He's like, "Yeah, absolutely. That's pretty amazing to produce such marvels without tools." Wow, I haven't given the elves enough credit. You are remarkable people.
Oh. You see her falter for a second because you could tell. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Are you trained in insight?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. She says, yes, I have heard that elves are quite nice. But so are halflings. Wow, so amazing. It is late for your people, is it not? It is the middle of the day for me. Would you like to play a game?
He was about to walk away, as she said it was late. He was like, "Yeah, I guess maybe it's time for bed." Then she said, "Game," and he turns around from the staircase. Go on.
I have stocked a number of intercultural board games. Here we have Dragon Chess. Oh no!
He descends the staircase, and they'll spend the rest of the night playing board games.
Okay. All right. She's got Drow chess, and then she's got let's see. She's got Dragon chess. She's got a couple of Queen's Ante decks. It's kind of like when you go to your friend's house and they've got like Magic the Gathering decks already made. So they're not like it's a little hard to understand the strategy behind them, and she just rapidly kind of fires off what they do. She has one that might be a little. She admits is a little problematic, but it's one of her favorite games. Mousekin Trap. Have you played that one? So she kind of busts that one out.
We play it, but I keep an eye out for Orion, so make sure he doesn't see it.
Luckily, he is across the area, so you're fine.
You realize that Mouse Can Trap is 99% setup, 1% game.
Yeah, and then you accidentally, like, one time I'm looking for him, and I actually bump it with my elbow, and the whole thing goes off.
Yeah, but getting it properly playing Mousekin Trap is one of the most deeply satisfying moments of someone's life. So, fair.
He's just excited to take in these new games. And
Fair enough.
He'll happily lose to her just to learn.
Okay. Joining in on the games are your various B team members who want to get in on this action. I really need to consolidate them all into like one folder because there's like so many of them all over the place. I want to be able to just drag their folder out. But yeah, you guys play at games until late in the evening. She abandons her post at the front desk. It takes you up to the more casual lounge. Oh, good stuff. There, unseen servants wait on you hand and foot and bring you delicious wines and pastries and sweet meats and figs and all that good stuff. All right. What are the rest of you getting up to? Guy is learning plot and lore and stories. Down here we got business diplomacy going on. Does anybody else have anything they're doing in the time that you're resting here?
I try to talk to the guards about their armor and the intricacies of it, not in like a crafting sense, just in like the sense of, I mean, I've probably seen like ironwood breastplate and threadic circles, but nothing this heavy.
Oh yeah, it's considered.
So I'm just curious as to how many years it took, because I know that even just the breastplates of like the higher druids took a long time.
It's a mad flex among druids to have ironwood armor. To see these people just decked out in these full suits of plate and piecemeal like leather plate situation is very impressive. They have also been trained in diplomacy, and so this guard says, yes, you had a question about my armor. I would love to answer it.
I just wanted to hear about some of the intricacies too.
Certainly. Let me explain to you exactly how tree tending and working with ironwood works. And they tell you everything that Barnabas wanted to know.
She does not take notes.
Okay.
She's really not interested in like the intricacies of it. She just wants to hear it as like a story form, and she talks to them and be like, yeah, so like Druidic circle and like things, she gestures to her own made of scales and reptilian scales armor, and this sort of thing, and the rocks were more common in the mountain druids. And
they do let it slip that the most popular type of armor right now is essentially crocodile hide armor. Crocodile, alligator, it's all kind of one species in Dungeons and Dragons. But in the swamps and fens north of the Witchwood, there's rumored to be a crocodile of immeasurable size. Dare they say, a legendary beast. They imagine that the hide of that creature could be used to fashion some incredible armor.
Oh, the conversation definitely takes a turn into discussing that creature as legends then.
But the problem is, it's worshipped as sort of a living totem god of the Nujak tribe, which are the lizard folks of the fens. And you also learn that they don't really like the Nujak lizard folk that much, but they've been forbidden to hunt down and kill this giant crocodile because it is sacred to their neighbors essentially. But dang, it would make some really sweet armor.
Do you think war would break out if it was to die?
That's when they get really quiet, and the other guard says, "I'm surprised that war has not broken out already. Those lizards took some of our people. prisoner. And the
Beset
queen?
on one side by the Red Hand, on the other by swamp folk, both trying to kidnap you.
They
Odd
look around
position.
super nervous, and he says, and the queen has done nothing about it.
You have my condolences for what it's worth.
All right, so you kind of gather some more information about that, and let's see, Thanlin and Umegs and Orion and Claude, you're chilling over here in the meditation area. As soon as you cross the bridge and step onto the stones here, you feel as if you're under the effects of a calm emotion spell, assuming you willingly fail to save.
Sure.
He will.
Okay.
I guess he would. And that'd be what, a wisdom save? I think he would initially try and resist it, but then kind of feeling what the magic that's exuding from it, he'll let it wash over him. He originally came over to this area because he saw, it was more peaceful and serene. On his mind, he was thinking about his people and the message that he had gotten back at the keep, that they were I don't know if it was under attack or if they were just seeing heightened activity of creatures in the area, and that kind of has worried Orion since he has now seen Drellin's Ferry come under attack. And he's currently contemplating to himself if he did the right decision to continue with the claws. But then eventually he'll let the worry kind of leave his body as the calm emotions kind of washes over him.
All right. You see, there's a statue. It is shaped of ironwood, and it is of a proud, beautiful elven woman. And she's striking the classic, I'm going to shoot something really cool with my really cool bow pose. And the wind is kind of blowing the hair back. It's so expertly shaped that you'd swear a wood Medusa turned a real elf into a statue.
Orion can appreciate the archery, and he'll just kind of stare at it for a while.
Okay. Thanlin, you just vibing over here?
Yeah, he's pretty much just vibing.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Gerard and Minette are desperately trying to learn about Shadow Fae cooking. And because they love strangers and they love sharing information about their culture, the people who run this particular establishment are showing them and teaching them and just having a wonderful time. All right, Gert, what are you up to?
He's taking his time to look around. This is the most civilized form of Feywild that he's seen. So he's just kind of taking that in. He does feel incredibly uncomfortable. But as he walks up, he doesn't talk to any passerbys, but he will generally kind of make his way around and talk to any of the party members that he walks by along the way. I think Layla's here, but everybody else is over there, so...
Yeah.
He'll stop by Layla and just kind of quietly, hover, not sure what to do with himself.
Okay. So, you are well treated in your time here in the River Steps. They basically are there to make you feel welcome. And not necessarily at home, but it's very much like, foreign embassy. You are guest, and there is a certain amount of guest hospitality within Fey culture. You have eaten their food and drank of their wine, and so they are obligated to keep you safe, and you are obligated to be good and peaceful guests. I will say that since our session's winding down, you guys can assemble any questions that you might come up with that you think would be beneficial to know that information before you meet with the Queen. And then they generally are nocturnal, so everybody would, these people will work around the clock essentially to be there for you guys. But the Queen is going to meet for you at dusk. So you have, we'll say another 12 hours or so before you have to meet with the Queen. It is another 2 hours to get to the location where you're meeting with the Queen. This place is kept a bit outside of their city.
I would ask of any customs or any do's and do nots.
Okay. All right. So the elves don't like crudeness. This particular group of elves. So try to avoid any bad language. Try to avoid anything gross. As an example, giving someone the rotting head of their dead friend.
Yeah.
That would be really bad. So don't do that. That would be considered like a horrible thing to do. Yeah. But she kind of walks you through. They try very hard to be as polite as possible. In fact, sometimes you can let people know how displeased you are with them by being that much more polite to them, basically. However, they are people of emotions and people of passion, and so it is okay to have outbursts and outward displays of emotion. It is okay to raise your voice in an argument and that sort of thing. And it is, I mean, they're really pretty open in that regard. So there's nothing like too much you have to worry about, but you do need to know that Celeria is allegedly 700 years old. And she's been kicking ass the whole time. And so she doesn't take no shit. And she will not be disrespected in her court. So it's very important that she tells you guys, it's very important that you and your allies know that when you stand before the Queen, that you do not insult her in any way, and that you do not make an implication that she is either weak or cowardly, even if you think it would be the best way to motivate her, because she can have a bit of a short fuse. And she will not hesitate to kill all of you.
Oh, no pressure.
Yeah. Because you're in her realm, and she knows that the rest of the Vale is completely impotent, and they will not be able to do anything about it if she kills you guys.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess that's where we'll leave off with this lore keeper explaining to you that in a way you guys are sort of prisoners now, because they have you here in the middle of the Witchwood, which is incredibly dangerous and deadly, and if you do things that they don't like, they'll just end you and nobody will ever know.
No big pressure.
Yeah.
It's like vacationing in Dubai.
Yeah, you have definitely gone to a secondary location at this point. Yeah. So.
Oh man, would this be a bad time to tell you guys I'm not going to be here next week then?
Oh no!
Same here.
If it's next week, it's fine, because I think we agreed that we weren't going to be playing on the 8th.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
next week we can't play next week because I have to go to a wedding next week. That's right.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah. So we're excited. Yeah, I'm going to be
we're skipping.
at Aftershock Festival.
Oh, that worked out well.
All right, so if everybody come up with something to do next Saturday, because I guess we're not playing next Saturday. So we will resume this on the 15th and it will be, I guess, diplomacy with the Queen of the Elves. Classic Dungeons and Dragons.
Orion would have gone to the kitchens afterwards and would have asked a very important question. Do they partake in the cheesy flatbread and the dew of the mountains?
They keep such things in stock, but they confide in you that if you want the greatest dew of the mountains, you must travel to Red Rock, where they have a red variety of it.
Puts on the quest.
It is both.
Yes.
It is both colored and flavored red.
I want to go to Red Rock so bad.
Orion.
See Baroths.
Orion has partaked in the halfling variety of cheesy flatbread and dew of the mountain, but he is curious as to what the elven version of it is like. So now he is very intrigued.
So I will make the river steps I'll make it a player map so that you guys could access it if you are so inclined. But that also you can leave and come back if you want to go check out the area map, in case you want to do some planning over the next 2 weeks.
Thanks.
All right. Well, good stuff. I'm glad you guys shut down that Stormcrow fight before it got too crazy.
You sure you want to use those monsters? Come on.
I mean, there's other games. Don't worry.
That's fair enough.
Also, you know now that the Malphus serve all Shadow Fae aristocrats, not just the good guys.
That's right.
So we'll probably run into them at some version of them at some point.
All right.
Slow spells.
When
All
are
right.
we playing next? 'Cause I
15th.
will not be there.
Oh, what? Really? Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not getting the party kill.
How many more people could get married in your life? Come on, man. All right, so we will all pick up on the 15th. Extra Life is coming. This coming week. I will admit I had some ADHD hyperfocus. I pretty much spent the last 5 days prepping Cursor Strahd. So that has been my whole life for like the last 5 days. I pretty much am done prepping it, actually. That feels really good to say that. But I kind of fell behind on everything else. So the next week is going to be spent getting Extra Life stuff more accessible. Like right now, there's like a couple of Google Docs, and you're like, hey, I think I want to do this, but I don't know how to read this, or I don't know what's going on. So I'll try to get that a bit more organized. Suffice to say, there's a shitload of things to do over those 3 days. A shitload of things to do. Right now, we're basically just taking like early registration for events, and we are doing it like first come, first serve. So if you are interested in signing up for an event, please fill out, the forms or reach out to the person organizing the event. I will try to get it all organized and set up, maybe even on like a Google site or a part of my current website or something. But we'll have a place where it makes a lot more sense to sign up, and there'll be a lot more details about the different games and events that are going to be going on. If you are interested in providing prize support or running a game, we kind of have a lot of games going on. But if you want to run another game, or you want to run an event, or even have a panel, maybe Guy could teach us all how to sound super sexy. I'd attend a panel for that. So yeah, if you have any ideas for any convention-esque things you'd like to say or do or participate in, please communicate that stuff out there so that we can try to make this event really, really fun and really cool for everybody. And there will be a ton of prize support this year. We've already heard back from a lot of great companies and a lot of great content creators, so we are going to have a lot of cool stuff, just like we have in previous years. So spread the word. Try to get involved, try to sign up for some games, and I think that's all the announcements I have. Anybody have any announcements they want to make before we adjourn?
Wait, that panel with Ark isn't a real thing?
I mean,
I'd
like it to be. I'd like it to be. Yeah. You giving sexy voice lessons? Does it involve smoking 7 packs of cigarettes a day, or is it just a genetic thing? Like, we have to know. Don't spoil it. Get people to sign up first.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so no other announcements? Then I guess we're good. I will see you guys around the Discord, and we'll pick this adventure up in 2 weeks.
Thanks for running.
Thanks, Crash. See you guys
Alright.
next week.
Thanks.
Hey.
Thanks everyone for tuning in.